Senate Online Safety for Kids Study Committee, notice I shortened the name, by acknowledging the gun violence of the last few months, that it's been really hard on all of us. 1 week ago today, Charlie Kirk was shot and killed on a university campus in front of thousands of young people. On that very same day, there was another school shooting in Evergreen, Colorado. The day this committee met last month, there was a shooting in Minneapolis, Minnesota. And earlier this summer, legislators and family members in Minnesota were shot and murdered in their own homes. It's human nature to want to understand why shooters decide to kill, but jumping immediately to blame the right or the left only serves to increase political divisions of our nation. The governor of Utah stated that social media has become a cancer on society and urged us all to log off. Last month, Senator Setzler and I had the privilege of personally meeting Utah's Governor Cox at a state leaders digital summit in Boston, where we took a serious look at how social media can be remade for the betterment of society. Utah recently passed the Digital Choice Act, which we will hear more about later today. Increasingly, I'm reading that shooters have been radicalized online. And it makes me wonder whether all of us are being at least a little bit radicalized online. The Georgia motto recognizes wisdom, justice, and moderation. There's no moderation in the algorithms that we all get stuck in. And I've never found an algorithm that makes me feel better. I only find algorithms that make me more angry, more upset, and more fearful. So instead of going online and pointing fingers at each other, we need to better understand. And that's why we, as co-chairs of this Senate Study Committee, represent both the majority party. Senator Still is a Republican, and the minority party, I am a Democrat. We want to demonstrate today that we can put our differences aside in order to problem solve about how to better protect our young people. Senator Still.
Thanks, Helen. Number 6. Yeah. Hey, y'all, thanks for coming. It's been a hard week. Reminded of why so many of you are here right now. It's a strange world that we find ourselves, and so I've attended quite a few memorial services, including one that went until late last night, and a lot of words have been spoken about it. The most succinct and I think to the point statement that I've seen about what's happened in the last week was by former President George Bush. So I'm going to read his very brief statement to you. So this was published on September 10th, the day of Charlie's assassination. Today, a young man was murdered in cold blood while expressing his political views. It happened on a college campus where the open exchange of opposing ideas should be sacrosanct. Violence and vitriol must be purged from the public square. Members of other political parties are not our enemies. They are our fellow citizens. May God bless Charlie Kirk and his family. May God guide America towards civility. In reviewing that with my chief of staff, he reminded me that in my 3 years in office, the number of actual death threats that I have received for serving the people of Georgia, the number of times that he's had to forward emails, very direct and very, very pointed threats to the GBI. And I just want y'all to understand that we take our jobs very seriously here at the state capitol. We take this committee very seriously. And I appreciate my friends, Shake, Marty, and of course, my co-chair, Sally. So thank you.
Thank you, Senator Still. At our last meeting, we laid the foundation for why it's imperative that we act now. We heard testimony from parents, mental health professionals, doctors, and technology policy experts, all telling us that the addictive designs of digital products are contributing to the development of anxiety, depression, and even suicide among our children. The sheer number of hours spent by kids on their devices means they are missing out on the things they need to develop into healthy adults. The ability to read faces, problem solve, make mistakes, and self-correct. Today, and I think my co-chair will be very happy about this, we are going to begin looking at specific policy solutions. And we will attempt to thread the needle by limiting harmful design, not content, by verifying age without violating privacy, and doing all this without stifling competition. We are not scientists, so our goal is not to prove causation. We are not a courtroom, so we don't have to meet a burden of proof. We are citizen legislators, so our job is to respond to the people in our districts, and they are telling us that they want change. Car manufacturers are required to meet safety standards before releasing a new model. Yet digital companies somehow are allowed to design products that kidnap our kids through addictive designs and rewire their brains with no accountability. It's time to change that, but we don't have an easy or fast road ahead of us. Therefore, until we can get something done, it's going to fall on parents. Which is why I have given every member of this committee, I brought another book. This is 10 Rules for Raising Kids in a High-Tech World. It's by Jean Twenge. And I read one of Jean's books even before the Anxious Generation book came out, because she is the professor who made all the links in the data, survey data that goes way back to the 1970s that showed that human behavior basically in various areas basically stayed flat until about 2010, at which point the graphs either went this way or that way, and asked the question, what happened? The smartphone happened. So she did that initial work that then Jonathan Haidt at the Anxious Generation took further in his book. My husband picked up this book and commented on how lightweight it is. It is a very fast read, and it needs to be a fast read for busy parents. She does a really, really good job of keeping things simple and direct and up to date. So I recommend that all parents get this. As legislators, it's a good thing for us to read so that we can be more helpful to the parents in our district while we work on this issue. Speaking of parents, I want to show you a brief video I found on Instagram. I haven't verified its authenticity, but it seems pretty real to me. So if we could go ahead and play that video.
We deleted Roblox for my 12-year-old. Here's why. My son's been on Roblox since he was about 8 years old. I was the one who set up his account, and I set up incredibly strict parental controls. He was not allowed to chat with anybody, even friends, voice or text. He was limited to games that were rated age 4+, so nothing explicit. And because he was under 13 years old, Roblox automatically blocks him chatting with other people through the platform. I thought the parental controls I had set up were incredibly tight and that he was safe on the platform. I knew millions of children used Roblox and the platform was designed specifically for kids. A few months ago, I began hearing discourse around the safety of Roblox for kids. My son's dad and I exchanged some articles and started talking about it. It turns out that the parental controls on Roblox are nowhere near as secure as I thought they were. And we discovered there were numerous ways around parental controls that were letting adults engage with children in a way that was highly inappropriate and quite dangerous. The more I dug, the more disturbing it was. And I found a report that shared how easy it was for a 42-year-old man to get on the platform and immediately start engaging with a 5-year-old. Predators are using Roblox to engage with children, to solicit information from them, to lure them them off the Roblox platform onto other platforms like Snapchat, which perhaps aren't as well regulated by parents. And Chris Hansen from To Catch a Predator is now working on a documentary specifically about the dangers of Roblox. Of course, I had talked to my child about never sharing information. Don't talk about your school or your pets or your neighborhood or your friends. Don't ever tell anyone your real name. But my 12-year-old, no matter how many times we have that conversation, is no match for a grown adult who is dead set on manipulating him to share personal information and cause him harm. There is not a safe way for your child to use Roblox, and there is no way for you as a parent to guarantee their protection from these predators. So we deleted the platform. And I'm sharing this because I didn't know. And as a parent, you should know. We deleted Roblox.
On Monday, it was announced that a parent of a 15-year-old boy who died by suicide is suing Roblox and Discord, claiming the platforms allowed her son to be groomed and coerced to send explicit images on the apps. So before we begin, let's pause for a moment of reflection. Let us give thanks for the opportunity to dedicate ourselves for the next few hours to learning and problem solving in order to create a better world for our kids. May the members of this committee be graced with humility, rationality, instinct, and cooperation as we take on this difficult task of balancing safety and happiness with freedom and privacy. Take a moment to center yourselves in whatever way you choose, whether that be a quick prayer or a deep breath or both. We will most likely take a 30-minute break for lunch at around noon and reconvene to finish our work today. The next meeting will be on October 8th and will focus on the emerging threat of AI. And on November 12th, we'll focus on digital technology and K through 12 education, which I'll warn you again is going to be a phone-free meeting. And then the committee will meet to make its final recommendations on December 10th. We'll begin today with our first speaker, who is Casey Stefanski with the Digital Childhood Alliance.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
There we go. I want to thank you for allowing me the opportunity to testify today. I also want to thank you for your leadership and interest in learning how to better protect kids online. My name is Casey Stefanski, and I serve as Executive Director of the Digital Childhood Alliance. I'm a mom to 3 kids, ages almost 3 on Friday to 10. And I'm grateful to be raising my kids here in Georgia, a state that is working towards prioritizing children over the interest of big tech. I'm here to talk to you about what keeps me up at night. As a parent of kids just on the cusp of wanting their own technology, I want to believe I can keep them safe, that if I check their phones, set rules, and use parental controls, I'll know what's going on. But the truth is, I won't. None of us will. The system isn't built to help parents. It's built to work around us. And even the best parents are struggling. During a recent gathering of Georgia parents that I attended to discuss parenting and technology, many expressed feeling hopeless. As you all heard in your last meeting, children are growing up in a digital world that ignores their needs, undermines their safety, and sidelines parents. Today, I want to introduce you to a solution that can help empower Georgia parents and put us back in the driver's seat when it comes to keeping our kids safe online. The front door for a majority of the potential dangers our children face online is the App Store. Every app, TikTok, Instagram, Snapchat, Roblox, AI chatbots, and even a weather app, must be downloaded through the App Store before it can appear on a child's phone. Surveys show that almost 90% of kids' screen time is spent using apps they've downloaded, and the average child today uses more than 40 apps on their phone every week. Today, children can download more than 1.9 million apps from almost 800,000 developers from the Apple App Store on their iPhone or iPad. These figures make it clear that app stores are the gatekeepers to the digital world. And right now, parents are being completely locked out of the process. However, several states have passed laws this year to hold these app stores accountable, and now Congress is even starting to pay attention. The App Store Accountability Act is a piece of legislation that changes the status quo by demanding 3 urgent changes from app stores. First, the App Store Accountability Act demands parental approval before children can download apps. Currently, minors can download any new app without their parents knowing. With the App Store Accountability Act, the moment a child tries to download an app, the parent would get a notification on their own phone. They could then read about the app, decide yes or no, if they want their child to access the platform. In other words, this bill gives parents a chance to actually parent. Through existing age verification methods Apple and Google already employ, minor accounts would be designated and an age signal would be shared with all apps. Without this verified age data, apps cannot effectively comply with federal laws like the Children's Online Privacy Protection Act or implement age-appropriate safety features by default. Second, the App Store Accountability Act demands apps are accurately age-rated. Right now, App Store age ratings are the Wild West. Just like video games or movies, parents deserve a reliable resource that ensures the apps they are letting their children download are actually appropriate for their age. A recent Wall Street Journal expose reviewed 200 apps rated safe for children and found that 1 in 4 of those apps rated safe for kids actually included violent and/or sexual content, backdoor browsers to porn, and anonymous chat rooms. This is not acceptable. Parents are being misled and children are being harmed. The App Store Accountability Act ensures accurate ratings, empowering parents to make informed decisions. Third, the App Store Accountability Act would protect minors from signing legal contracts without parental consent. Right now, every time a child downloads an app, they are forced to click I agree to sweeping terms of service agreements that allow companies to track users, sell their data, establish financial agreements, and often access their exact location and camera. I can't imagine anyone in this room thinks a 12-year-old is capable or should be able to sign a complex contract without parental consent. Unfortunately, children are entering into dozens of contracts with billion and trillion-dollar companies every day, granting access to much of their personal information without a parent even being notified. There's no reason to exempt app stores or app developers from the well-understood principle that children cannot enter contracts without the consent of a responsible adult. Excuse me, my allergies are bad. The App Store Accountability Act would end this ridiculous practice and restore parental oversight for minors by ensuring app stores receive parental approval before any apps are downloaded. The App Store Accountability Act is the result of years of advocacy work, consultation with leading attorneys in the child advocacy space, technologists, doctors, and privacy experts, many of whom are parents themselves. The App Store Accountability Act is supported by more than 140 child advocacy organizations because it is a common sense solution that is privacy preserving, easy to implement, enforceable, constitutional, and best of all, goes a long way in protecting kids. Importantly, the App Store Accountability Act doesn't regulate speech or restrict lawful expression. It regulates the commercial practices of dominant app stores that serve as gatekeepers between users and third-party applications. So far this year, the App Store Accountability Act has been passed and signed into law in Utah, Texas, and Louisiana, receiving wide bipartisan support in each state. Despite this incredible momentum this proposal has gained in the past year, I'm sure you will or may have already heard pushback to the bill. The companies that control these app stores don't like it. They don't want to be held accountable for fixing the system they've built, a system designed for profit and not for kids. They don't want to claim responsibility for the harms they allow to flow to minors without parental oversight. So they will tell you it can't be done. They'll tell you it goes too far, but we have more than 140 child safety organizations in our coalition, as well as app developers who strongly disagree. But those are not the voices of families. Those are the words of trillion-dollar corporations protecting their share price and their trade associations, not the voice of parents. like me, trying to create a safer online experience for my 3 kids. What the opposition doesn't want you to know is that this technology already exists. In fact, Apple and Google have already rolled out watered down voluntary features that prove it can be done. They just make them weak, easy to be turned off by kids, and optional. The App Store Accountability Act is not a fix-all solution. I don't believe such a thing exists, but it is a strong policy that strengthens the protections for children and provides parents tools they so desperately need. And I think this is one of the many tools parents need. If enacted overnight, parents will have better tools to parent in the digital age, and overnight, kids will be safer. Members of the committee, protecting kids online shouldn't be difficult or controversial. The App Store Accountability Act is simple. It's about giving parents the power to protect their kids and letting their personal family values dictate what their children can and cannot do on their devices. It's about empowering parents, requiring accurate, truthful app age ratings, fairness in contracts, and safety at the digital gateway. I'm hopeful that Georgia will be the next state to pass the App Store Accountability Act. I look forward to answering any questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Casey. I'm certain that we'll have some questions. I literally remember trying to walk my 12-year-old through signing a terms of condition when she wanted to open an account. And looking back, I felt very unsuccessful in that lesson because it's just not something she was capable of comprehending.
Mhm.
So, can you walk us through one more time before I open it up to questions? The process starting with the kid tries to open the app and the parent is notified. How do the companies know how to notify the parent? And then if you could go through each
Yeah.
step, and are there ever documents that have to be submitted? I think not, but
No.
yeah.
So, the 2 dominant app stores are the Apple App Store and the Google Play Store. Both are already set up so that kids under 13 have to be linked to a parent account. So the infrastructure is already there. We believe that it needs to be extended to age 18. So when a child goes to set up an account, if you can't verify that they're an adult, so the age verification process, again, the technology already exists, but it would be as simple as an adult would be able to upload a credit card to their digital wallet and it would verify that they're an adult. If you can't verify that it's a child, it must be linked to an adult. And that adult, has to attest the child's age. So the child doesn't have to upload any documents to verify their age. And then once a child tries to download an app, this is how the technology, again, already exists. So if you have it set up in your phone that asks to buy or any of these things, when a child goes to download, a parent can say yes or no. And then that's pretty much it. It's that simple because, again, the technology exists. They've already employed it. It's already, it's like I said, overnight, it could go a long way in protecting kids.
And kids affects the phone, but not tablets and laptops.
So it would be like iPads and iPhones, like tablets and
Okay.
cell phones.
So it would
So
include
it's
tablets,
not-
but not laptops.
No.
And not websites.
No,
But kids are using apps a lot more than
the majority of time, studies have shown the majority of time kids spend on their phones, they're in apps. I mean, even us as adults, the phones were designed to be used with apps.
Mhm.
You're not doing a lot, like even your email, like all of these things we're using are apps.
Yeah.
So
So it wouldn't prevent everything, but it would prevent a lot. And
yeah, and it would give parents a say in I'd be able to discern whether my child is capable of using social media, or if I know enough to know like I do that I don't want them using it, I can say, sorry, we can't. We hear too many stories. I was speaking to a mom who, her son had downloaded an app and was using it, she realized behavioral changes. And so she removed the app from the phone, and the child was able to set up a new Apple ID on, his account on his iPad, re-download the app, and sadly, he, is no longer with us because
Mm.
of the harms, again, of technology. So hearing so many stories like that, parents just want to be able to parent and discern whether, kids are ready or if they want them to have them. So, yeah. Does that
Members of
answer
the
your
committee,
question?
Questions?
Thank you. Thanks for being here, Casey.
Thank you.
Question about the group chats and things that are sort of going beyond this. So trying to look past the App Store. A lot of this is happening in group chats, and they're sort of bypassing the traditional methods. What is your kind of take on platforms like Discord, for example?
Yeah. So obviously Discord, I think, for a while, at least they were rated for safe for kids ages 12 and up. I think they've recently increased it to 17 and up. But again, that doesn't do anything. Like a child who's 13 can still download the app. Discord is an app. So again, if you decide that you don't want your kid to have Discord on their phone, you have the ability to say you can't have that. And also Discord would be responsible for accurately rating the app and giving accurate disclosures about, associated harms. Like, for example, it should be required to say that you can chat with strangers, or there's an AI chatbot component in this app. And none of that is disclosed. These apps are just like, oh, Discord, I think the description says chat with your friends about video games. And like, that's the description. So I don't know if that answers your question.
Yep,
I agree that it's harmful for kids, and more work needs to be done. Again, I think this is one solution of many. I think hopefully today I noticed on the agenda there's going to be other presentations. Hopefully there's other solutions presented. I'm more than happy to talk about them too, but I'll let them
Well,
handle that. Yeah.
that was a little bit of a leading question. So last year, there was at least multiple likely political campaigns running for the Georgia General Assembly that were utilizing Discord to communicate with children much younger than 17 or 18, where political candidates were using Discord as a platform to recruit and indoctrinate children for their political views. We passed a bill signed unanimously by the entire state Senate to prevent political campaigns from engaging with students without parental permission, especially in those types of platforms. With what you're describing right now, if we were to be able to put more parental control information on that, even though we've now passed a bill that was signed into law in May of this year to prevent campaigns from doing that specifically, what's to prevent other people looking to indoctrinate our children to be able to use tools like Discord to, whether they be politicians or public figures of any kind, or, in other areas where adults are using Discord specifically, or Roblox, to communicate directly with young children about ideology?
Yeah. So one of the reasons I feel so strongly about this legislation is that it complements many other bills. So regardless of what you pass, moving forward, this will only help you, because you will, the developers will know the age of the user. You'll be able to enforce laws that are currently on the books, using this mechanism, the age verification mechanism within the App Store. So this legislation doesn't necessarily address the concerns you're laying out, which are real concerns. But I think it helps. It complements, either existing laws or future laws. And by the way, like, these AI chatbots that we're learning more about, they weren't a concern a year or two ago, and they are now. And this legislation covers that. It's not playing whack-a-mole with because today we have
Right.
major concerns for this app or this one. A couple years down the road, there's going to be more and more and more. And so again, parents need to be able to just have the tools. I don't know any better way to say it. Like, as a mom, I want to trust that I can protect my kids and I can do everything I can. Parental controls aren't effective always. They also, within apps themselves, the app typically overrides parental controls parents have set up. Again, there's backdoor browsers that you can get to things. Kids know all of these workarounds. So this is the best tool, I think, for parents to be able to get back a little bit more of their ability to protect their kids.
Thanks.
Any other, any other committee members have questions?
Thank you. Thank you, Casey. Question I have is this, is that this is all about money. If we want to get down to brass tacks, it's about money.
Mhm.
And the credit card issue, where your vendors that are credit cards already determined, some of the vendors they will not deal with because of what they're selling in that respect. What I see is this, is that your information for your credit card, obviously your children do not have a credit card,
Mhm.
but is that credit card goes to you. And my question, what I see is this: we must have a way that the charges are approved by a parent, not by a child, because that child has no legal authority to enter
Yeah.
into contract from that standpoint.
Mhm.
So I think that's where part of our defensive tools are from that standpoint.
Yeah.
The other is notification. Is that I know I run a business with 20 plus employees, and we have protection mechanisms of what they can get to, and if they try to get to certain things is that are there. So that can be built in, and these guys are about money, so they can do what they have to do to make it profitable, but they also need to protect families. And the other part I find is I buy apps, is I think there needs to be a mandatory, possibly a renewal process, because you forget that you put that on there and it's only $3.99. It needs to require the parent, and that also lets the parent know another safety net, if you will, if they got through the first time, that every time that charge hits.
Yeah.
Also, I think maybe in this, and I'm asking questions I don't know about, is that the charges on credit cards sometimes are almost impossible to identify where they come from. And I
Mhm.
think we need to work on that from a disclosure standpoint, is that where you know who, what, where, and how, so you can look into that to hold them responsible. That's kind of a transparency issue.
Yeah.
And I'm asking this because I'm not dealt with it as deep as you have. Does the App Store Accountability Act address any of those issues that we just covered?
Yes. So there's actually, the FTC, I believe it was 2014, requires, parents to approve in-app purchases, and it's currently just not happening. So this bill specifies that every time a child downloads an app, every purchase needs to be approved. It can't just be a blanket approval. So this would address that aspect that you're saying of kids making purchases. It doesn't address the other concerns of transparency and the billing, but again, it would protect kids from, again, these apps like Roblox. Kids are spending hundreds and thousands of dollars a month without their parents noticing at first. They offer these in-app purchases, and you buy Robux, and young kids are clicking buy, and parents don't have any, control. Yeah. So this does address that. But as far as the renewal process, it's not written into the model legislation, but I'd be happy to follow up with you on it. Yeah.
Even into the dispute process, that's another way I think a parent might can be able to at least have a defensive tool to operate from. And that's what I see right now, is parents need a defensive mechanism to be able to fight this thing. And if I hate to say the kids are smart enough, they can get your credit card while you're out to lunch or whatever.
Yeah.
But there needs to be some other methodology to protect that, in my opinion, that we can stop. And we know this is that from what I read, the providers of these apps are very much involved in this process of understanding how it affects their bottom line.
Well, yeah, they take a big cut of it.
Yeah.
So the app stores, they say they're safe for kids, and part of why they need a percentage of every app download or in-app purchase is to keep their platform safe, but they're not. So, they have a responsibility too, and I think we need to hold them accountable.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next is going to be Senator Rahman, but I did want to say really fast that legislators, in your folder, there is a handout from the Digital Childhood Alliance. Senator Rahman.
Just gonna ask you, just for my personal education,
Mhm.
you just said that some of the apps is like rated, it's like Wild Wild West, something like that. So I'm wondering, is there a multiple organization they does the ratings, or how that works?
No. So when, an app is applying to be in the App Store, they self-rate. So the app stores don't really ever correct them. Again, the age rating that they give, Apple has certain kind of like apps that are rated for 12 plus could contain, mild violence or mild nudity. So there's like some guidelines for like app developers when they're self-rating their apps, but those are not, there's no accurate descriptions. I think parents need to have informed consent, and they need to know like features that exist within the apps, or if there is violence or nudity or a number of other things, it needs to be in the disclosure. So I'd encourage you to go in the App Store today and just look at some of these apps that are marketed to kids that you've heard about, and see what they're rated, and read the description, and you'll be able to tell immediately what I mean when I say these apps are just misrated. I'm also happy to provide you with some examples separately, like we have details on that.
That's good. So is really there's no way really parents to figure out,
No,
another thing that I'm sorry. Another thing I was just gonna say, you're talking about even if you read it, especially nowadays when you talk about the agree, you have all these lines. Forget about 12 years old, even 60 years old like me is difficult to really go through all this stuff. What he's saying sometimes, because there's all the lawyers, languages and stuff like this.
Yeah.
Really difficult. So anyway, I was just trying to figure it out, my own knowledge, just to see what's going on.
Yeah, they're self-rated,
Yeah.
the apps are, by the developers. So they have an incentive to keep the age low. And the App Store has an incentive to have it low too, because the way the parental controls are set up within the App Store is you can assign like, my child can download apps that are rated safe for kids under this age. And so again, parents think that they're implementing parental controls on their kids' phones, and it doesn't work when it's tied to these inaccurate age ratings. So
Anyway, thank you. I think this is
Thank
probably
you.
one of the greatest invention in the last, century, and probably one of the worst. I think that's my personal opinion. It's tough to,
I agree.
Thank you. Thank you for your.
Thank you.
So a couple of things I picked up on as I've been studying this issue is there is this concept of consent fatigue, that if we develop policies that emphasize signing contracts and informed consent in terms of conditions, everyone gets tired of that and
Mhm.
doesn't read them, and so it doesn't work. Two, I keep emphasizing we're trying to do this without limiting content, but we can limit kids from signing contracts.
Yes.
Right. And then just for the parents who may be listening, there is a website called Common Sense Media that is very good. It's been around a long time. I used it when my kids were little, and they do ratings, and I believe that they would cover
Yeah,
apps as
and
well.
there's an organization called Protect Young Eyes, and he also is wonderful, a wonderful resource for parents in terms of learning more about apps. So,
Okay, anything else from committee members? Thank you for bringing a solution. I'm sure that we will take in all of the information you have provided here, and hopefully we'll see something like this in one of our recommendations in December.
awesome. Thank you
Thank
for
you.
having me.
Okay, next up, we have Pete Furlong, who is the lead policy researcher for the Center for Humane Technology. He is going to join us. I see him here on Zoom. From the testimony at our last meeting, I was particularly, my takeaway was that the addictive feeds, referred to as algorithms. My husband is in technology and he's always telling me, don't just use the word algorithm because that's not really descriptive enough. And the best description I can come up with that is addictive feed. But what is that? And how are they created? I thought since it's such an important design that is there on our kids' phones to keep them engaged, I think the industry would admit that, that it's one of the most addictive features and is the opposite of moderation, that it would be helpful for the committee members to know a little bit more beyond just the word algorithm. So Pete, we're gonna hand it to you to tell us exactly what is an addictive feed algorithm.
Sure. Thank you so much, Chair Harrell, and thank you to the committee for having me here. I have some slides as well that I think should come up on the presentation computer. Is that correct?
Are you going to share the slides, Pete?
I can do that as well if that's okay.
Is that how
yeah.
he should? Yes, yes, you should be able to share
All
your
right.
slides. In addition, the members of the committee have copies of your slides in their folders so they can follow along here as well.
Just give me 1 second here.
Okay, take your time.
Great.
Perfect.
Well, thank you so much for having me here. And as the Chair mentioned, I'm Pete Furlong. I work with the Center for Humane Technology, and our organization is primarily focused on the business incentives that drive the technology industry, which, quite frankly, I think is very much at the core of what this committee is working on here, and deeply appreciative of all your work and all the work you're doing to drive forward policy in this space. And I think we have a lot of great speakers today who are going to speak about some of the policy solutions in this space and some of the ways that we can think about how to fix some of these problems. I think right now I'm going to focus a little bit on taking a step back and trying to understand the technology that underpins many of these businesses. And so we're going to talk a little bit about what is an algorithm, what is it in this context, and specifically what is, as our chair said here, this idea of an addictive feed. And so I'll start talking a little bit about how algorithms work, how we could think about defining an algorithm, talk a little bit about how they're used, the context in which they're used, as well as kind of the different inputs to these algorithms. And then, kind of lastly, talk about what they're optimized for and how, they're built to be highly addictive. And then just try to set the stage a little bit more for the policy context of understanding this, recognizing that I think both Casey and Ravi, who are speaking later, are going to talk a little bit more about the solution space here. So first, what is an algorithm? I think importantly, an algorithm is, as our chair mentioned, a really broad term. And so we can think about it as really just a software process that takes in inputs and gives us outputs. And this is admittedly super broad. And that's because it is broad, right? This is used across all aspects of the internet. And I think the important thing here is because the idea of an algorithm is super broad, what we care about are what goes in and then what goes out. And so those are the important things for us to focus on. In terms of the how in the middle, there's a couple different ways to think about algorithms. So we have kind of traditional rules-based algorithms. So these are systems that encode, specific rules, essentially. You could take in something like a number, check whether it's above or below a certain value, and provide an output. This could be something like a user's age, whether like assessing whether they're old enough to view material. And this is kind of traditionally how we've thought about algorithms in the context of the internet. And more recently, we have, artificial intelligence algorithms or machine learning algorithms. And so these are algorithms that work by identifying patterns in data and extrapolating from those patterns in new situations. And so this can be to generate new information and generate new data, but it can also be the underpinning of a lot of the addictive feeds that we see online. And so it's important to understand that, both types of these algorithms exist across the internet, and they vary in degrees of complexity, they vary in application, and they're used in all sorts of different ways. We have algorithms that are used for things like age estimation, trying to guess the age of a user online. And this is something that's done across platforms. OpenAI, for example, yesterday just announced that they're going to be implementing an age estimation system on their platform. You could do it for deciding when to send users push notifications, things like evaluating automated decision systems. But today, really, we want to focus on this idea of algorithmic feeds. And you have aspects of rules-based as well as machine learning systems that underpin these algorithmic feeds. And so fundamentally, kind of the question is, how does a feed algorithm work? And primarily, they are designed to answer the question of what content should a user see next? And this, underlying principle underpins things like Reddit, Facebook, TikTok, even things like Google search. This is kind of the basic algorithm that drives a lot of their product, of deciding what content a user should see next. And fundamentally, the purpose of this algorithm is the question of why. Why should a user see this content? And really everything that goes into the development of this algorithm is trying to sort of answer that underlying question. And so kind of the first step for understanding how some of these feeds work is understanding what information they're using to make this decision of deciding what content a user is going to see next. And there's a lot of different types of information that these systems can use. There's a lot of data and information that is specific to the content itself. So for example, when a piece of content was posted online, the date and time, right? So obviously many users are interested in seeing more recent content. There's expressions of content quality. So for example, many of these platforms have ways to evaluate the quality of a site. Much of this underpinned really the success of Google in the early days was their algorithm to try to assess content quality. Many social media platforms have measures of content quality that are dictated heavily by the values of the platform. And then there's also assessments of things like what content topic we're talking about. Is this something that's new and unique? Is this something that's been posted about a lot? How do we evaluate, what type of content this is? And I think the important thing to note is there's also many algorithms that underpin these processes as well. The evaluation of content quality, the evaluation of a content topic or its novelty. And these are sort of sub-algorithms that underpin this larger algorithmic feed. And I think, really the next piece are data and features that are related to the user that is using this platform. So for example, you can give a lot of different explicit indicators about what content you do or don't want to see, right? Facebook and many social media platforms have like a thumbs up, thumbs down option for content. You can say, yes, I want to see more content like this, or no, I don't want to see this. On things like YouTube or Substack, you can subscribe to specific feeds and say, yeah, show me all the content posted from this person. And so these are like explicit indicators. These are things that users have said, yes, I want to see more like this. But then you also have different inferred or perceived indicators. So things like how long of a TikTok video does a user view? How quickly do they scroll away? And so presumably the videos that a user spends more time looking at, they're going to see more content like that. And so this applies to a lot of different platforms as well. And there's a number of different inferred or perceived indicators based on the ways in which users interact with these platforms. And then there's other sorts of user-specific information like demographics, things like your language preferences, your age, your locality, that are used to assess whether or not a user may be interested in a particular piece of content. And I think, one of the important things when we look here is that these user-specific pieces of information are a key component to many algorithmic feeds and a key component to what makes them highly addictive. And I think that our speakers later will talk about that a little bit more as well. And so, kind of the next question is, okay, so what do they do with this information, right? Like, how do they make a decision? And so historically, a lot of these platforms use what are called chronological feeds, or some sort of variation of a chronological feed. And this was the idea that, like, on Facebook, for example, you had a list of all the different posts from people who are in your network, and they were sorted by the most recent first. Things like Reddit, things like Twitter, or now X, used to operate in very similar ways. And this is kind of historically how they chose content. So they used your social graph network, so the people that you're connected with, and they used information about the recency of content. However, most platforms have now moved away from this idea of the chronological feed. And instead, they rank content based on predicted engagement. And so this is the idea of how likely is a user to engage in this content or engage with this content. And much of this information is very specific and very unique to a user. This is why we have highly personalized feeds on these platforms. And so I think that that's really something that's important to focus on when we talk about the addictive nature of these feeds, when we talk about how they operate, and when we talk about policy to intervene here as well. And so really what underpins this idea is that platforms are optimizing for our engagement. And I think we can think about a wide variety of platforms when we say this, because really the question that many of these platforms are trying to answer in the design of their feed algorithms is how likely is it that a given user will engage with this content? And engage can mean a lot of different things. It can mean click, it can mean like, it can mean comment, it can mean upvote, view. There's all sorts of different ways to measure engagement. And this is where we see a lot of the discrepancies across different platforms as well. For example, a video platform like YouTube can optimize for a number of different things. They can optimize for how long you spend on their platform broadly, like watching any content. They can optimize for how many videos you've completed, how many times you comment on a specific video, and the ways in which they, make that platform engaging or not depends on kind of the decisions they make along those lines. And for example, some platforms have chosen to prioritize things like, quote, high intensity engagement. So this is things like commenting on a post. How long is your comment? Do you respond to other comments? Versus strictly low intensity engagement. So things like just viewing. And these decisions that are made at companies vary pretty highly, and they vary based on a company's strategy. And they lead to really the discrepancies that we see across these platforms. However, the goal is user retention. The goal is keeping you on these platforms and keeping you engaging in a variety of different ways. And I think, the important thing to focus on here is that it's the company's business incentives that drive these optimization decisions. And I have, a couple of quotes here from a paper that actually Ravi, who's speaking later, is one of the co-authors here on. And really, they have decided to prioritize predicted engagement because it supports their business incentives. And it supports their goals of keeping users engaged. And much of their internal research validates this idea that things like a chronological feed, or things like a feed that optimizes user utility, for example, don't keep users on the platform in quite the same way. And it impacts their bottom line, it impacts their monetization strategies. And really, this idea of optimizing for engagement is what supports many of their company decisions and company goals. And so I think one of the other things to step back a little bit and ask is, what else could companies optimize for? Why do they choose to optimize for engagement? How do they measure engagement? What does all these things kind of mean? And I think, the important thing to recognize is that companies are optimizing for predicted engagement because they see it as the best measure for their business goals. And their goals is, in many ways, to serve advertisements, keep users on the platform, increase daily and monthly active users. And so the challenge is that many of the other things that we may want from some of these social platforms and many of the other goals that we may have are often at odds with these business goals, or they're often really difficult to measure. And so, for example, incorporating user feedback is something that a lot of research seems to show makes these platforms more effective for users. It increases their utility. It makes the user experience a lot better. But platforms don't want to spam people with a bunch of user surveys. And that's something that seems to minimize some of the short-term engagement, even though it keeps people happier with the platforms longer term. Implementing things like user controls is something that platforms have done a lot of recently, but they see a lot of low uptake with these things, especially when they're optimizing for predicted engagement. And I think, another thing to recognize is that predicted engagement can often be at odds with things like content quality. And there's a lot of research that seems to support this. And there's a lot of other reasons that users are coming to these platforms. And there's reasons that they are using these things. And the reality is that it's really difficult for platforms to optimize for these things. It's really difficult to optimize for broad social cohesion, our ability to communicate with each other. And so companies in many ways, I think, default to simple measures. They default to things that directly support their business goals. And so that's very much a key challenge here when we think about what should these platforms optimize for. And lastly, just bridging towards thinking about policy interventions here. These algorithmic details in many ways matter a lot, and they're really important to our ability to enact change. And as you know, kind of the chair has mentioned here, we're not out here to restrict content. We're out here to make these platforms less addictive. We're out here to ensure that people are using these platforms in ways that are valuable to them. And a lot of that comes down to these algorithmic details, and it comes down to the design decisions that these companies make at each step of the way to make these platforms highly engaging, highly addictive. And so really the use of these algorithmic feeds is a key piece of that. And something that a number of different policy approaches, which I imagine we'll hear a little bit more about later, are seeking to address. Thank you.
Thank you, Pete. That was very informative. Thanks for keeping it simple too. That was helpful. So for instance, if a kid got into some adult content and was curious, so stayed there a little longer, it could be built into the algorithm to feed more and more of that. Is that right?
Yeah, that's exactly right. And so you see essentially these kind of loops and spirals that people go down where, you know, you click on one piece of content, you know, maybe on purpose, maybe by accident, and you're viewing some sort of content, and that leads you down a spiral where you're viewing lots more content like it. And I think that that's something that's highly dangerous in a lot of ways for a lot of kids.
And as a parent, we don't have access to how those algorithms are set up for our kids, correct?
That's correct. Everything that underpins these algorithms is very much hidden by trade secrets. It's hidden by, you know, very much the business of the company, right? Because if we understand all the workings of those algorithms, one, other companies could copy it. But two, it gives us a lot more understanding of what's happening behind the hood and what's happening behind the scenes there.
So the companies have the capability of in how they design their algorithm to prevent harmful effects for kids, but there's no way for us to know if they're taking that action or not.
Yeah, that's correct. And I think we've seen in a number of different whistleblower complaints against Meta, for example, that they have abundant research that demonstrates that their current design of their algorithmic feeds is harming kids, it's harming adults, and they're not taking clear steps to remedy this. But that's not to say they don't have the capability, right? They could make it better. It's their business incentives that drive them to really design these products in this way.
So on one hand, it can look like all of this online material gives us as individuals more choice in choosing what to read and what to spend our time doing. But on the other hand, since we don't know anything about how the algorithmic patterns work, at some point we really lose that choice and it becomes a choice of the algorithm.
Yeah, that's exactly right. And I think the access to content and like access to information on the internet has been hugely valuable for a lot of different people. I think the challenge with these platforms is the question of, well, how much choice do we actually have in terms of the content that we're seeing? And especially for a child, right? Like how much choice and agency do they have in seeing and choosing the content that they see?
Yeah. So part of the problem, I think, is that there aren't that many companies doing this stuff because they're big and they have the market. And so it's difficult for us to see that there really are choices that aren't being presented to us right now. So for instance, it's my understanding that the Blue Sky was actually, I think, a research project of Twitter at some point before it broke off. And there's a lot more to Blue Sky than just a democratic or liberal alternative to Twitter. They're actually trying to do some things differently, like let the individual control their own algorithm. Is that correct?
Yeah, so I mean, Blue Sky does pose an alternative model to some of this. And they provide a certain degree of like user choice options. But I think the reality is that, there's a few dominant platforms right now who dominate the space. And, these companies will talk about like network effects as being something that's like really important to them, right? And so these platforms are only as effective as who's on them in many ways. And so if you can't get a critical mass of people onto these platforms, in many ways it detracts from the value to users, to the company. And so I think that that's like been a key challenge in getting clear alternatives in the space. But also I think it's because of direct efforts by these companies to squash competition. And we've seen that in terms of the like acquisition strategies from companies like Meta, buying up their competitors. And, we have a number of different antitrust cases rolling out at the federal level in this space. And quite frankly, it's because they don't have to design their product in a different way. And so that's, admittedly why we're here.
Great. Thank you. Other committee members have questions? Yes.
Number 9. Thank you. Appreciate your presentation today. I do have 2 questions. As we start to understand the business model a little bit better, I'm going to ask, the first question I'm going to ask is the business of running an internet platform a zero-sum game in this way, in as much as it seems that when you engage in a platform, is the monetization really tied to how much time you spend on the platform? Or could you be on there once a month and they learn what they need to learn about you, and the once a month you touch the platform, then they're able to monetize that through sales or whatever, selling your data or whatever that is. Is a small level of engagement profitable, or does it really take or is it really almost linear? The more engagement you have on the platform, the more money they make. Is it tied to that? Because it seems to me, in my very limited understanding, it seems the more engagement you have on a platform, it's almost a direct relationship to how much they're able to make. In contrast to a golf course membership, if you belong to a country club, as long as you play enough to keep your membership and be happy, you're okay. If you play every day, all the time, it's not really in the country club's interests, because you're consuming their resources. It's a membership model, same way with the gym. So yeah, the gym model is different than I'm asking the question, is the gym model where they want you to maintain your membership and be engaged and happy, but really not that present? Or is it a model that you're really, the more you engage, the more money they make? Because if that's the case, then what we're really asking these platforms to do is just make less money. Is that what we're really asking?
Yeah, thank you, Senator. And I think, the question becomes like, you got to look at how these platforms are designed in a certain way, right? And so most of them do not take subscription fees, right? So that model of like, can you get consistent recurring revenue based on whether or not a user is consistently using a platform doesn't exist as much in the social media space, at least with the dominant platforms. And so most of their money, therefore, is made based on how you engage with content on their platform. And if you're not on the platform, you're not engaging with content, you're not viewing advertisements, you're not providing data based on your engagement with their model and their systems. So presumably they're not making money in the same kind of way. So to answer your question, it is very much derived from the engagement patterns. And this is quite frankly why they've been very reticent through their history to implement, common sense safeguards like simple time limits for minor users, because it directly impedes on their current business model.
And I just asked that question. You know, we're trying to move towards consensus and get to a solution, but we got to get the clarity first. And if it's a linear relationship of how much time online and how much engagement you have is tied to, then I mean, we just need to say that and just understand it. That's what it is. I thought that was the case. I appreciate your clarity there, because I think that the challenge of this is that the nature of that needs to be understood by legislators. Because a middle road still, because what we tend to face as lawmakers, well, we want to work with you here, and you know, there's this middle way, and sometimes there is a middle way, but sometimes it's really a matter of this is just a direct. We're talking about if this takes revenue from 10 to 7, or whatever multiple you're talking about, then we need to be able to say that. So thank you. Second question, if I could, Madam Chair. Transparency, you know, so often we want to act as policymakers and do things, but sometimes before you even do things, even being able to provide visibility to something is helpful. Like I get a text or will pop up on Sunday mornings, like about 9 o'clock, that tells me like what my weekly iPhone use was the previous week. You know, there's a transparency thing that Apple has seen fit to do. I have an iPhone. Who has a right to see under the current structure? Do parents have rights to see what their kids' engagement have been on a platform without getting in and doing some really strange things? Is there transparency for people if they want it?
Well, I think there are certain options for transparency, and I think that this has been a legislative issue in states across the country in terms of encoding those rights. And platforms do provide some rights to parents, but the reality is much of this is at the whim of these platforms, and they can change those rights. And so I think that that's been a huge issue. And when we think about these platforms historically in terms of, and the importance of policy, right? Of like, company policies can always change. And that's been really, really problematic, especially when you look at like, you know, changes in economic conditions, changes in leadership at these companies. As things change, their policies change as well. And users are very much beholden to these changes in policies. So you as a parent may have access to some elements of your kid's data, but that doesn't mean that they'll keep it that way forever. And I think that applies to, you know, the idea of how we think about their algorithmic feeds, right? Like those are constantly changing as well. We're very much at the whims of these platforms in terms of their decision making.
Yeah. And I asked that question, Madam Chair, because, you know, when we study economics in high school, you should talk about the free market. You know, one of the conditions in a free market is there is a approaching unlimited number of options. They have price variability, they have service variability. There's all these options to choose from. And then based on what people choose, that sends the market's an information system. But when there's not all these options, when the forum to communicate with your friends is really a couple forums, there's not like I can't send a market signal that I would want to send if there's not a choice that provides the service that I want to engage with to send that market signal. Consumers are sort of takers of social media options, and parents' ability to well, why don't you just choose the platform that gives you better visibility? Well, I don't really know of one, right? So that's what I'm trying to get at here. Is there any? Do we have this by right, or is it going to take some kind of policy approach to begin to put parents in a place where they can get that and make that choice? So.
I think that's a statement, right? Not a question.
Isn't it true, Madam Chair? Yeah.
Which is fine.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Appreciate that. Pete, thank you. I think if I listen to what you're saying to us, this is what I come back is that we need to think, we need to understand that they are looking at us. We are not looking at them. And that is a mindset that needs to be changed in every one of us, from adult to children, is that they are looking at us. They are gathering data on us. They are trying to understand us. Just like in warfare, you want to know your enemy. and they're looking at what your weaknesses are, what your strengths are. And that's the part that I think even with our children, we need to teach. These are not necessarily your friends. These are people who are gathering data to take money from you or to influence your life in such a way. And so I think there's the reality that we've got to take, and I don't think we really do, is that they're looking at us. We think we're looking at them. And I believe that's the statement that really kind of overrides this whole thing. And if I had a way, what I call a view only mode, you know what I'm saying? That view only allows me to look but not gather data, but then it hinders them from being able to push what they want to push to me. And I don't know if that's an option, but if you look at the technology, I want a view only. I don't want them to know I'm looking, if you will. It's kind of like the camera on top. I see people who have a little slide they don't want because people have found ways to even turn that on. So I think that's a part. Is there technology? And of course, they can do pretty much what they want to do. But what drives it, in my opinion, is the penalty. Is that, bear with me, I believe in free enterprise, don't get me wrong, but I also believe that there's a responsibility issue that needs to be there and a warning that needs to be given that there's certain things that are there. And I think the reality is that we've got to do that. My question is there the ability, I'll call it, to have a view only mode? Because when we agree, when we check that block, we basically say, look at everything I have, what I've got. And we don't understand that. And I think we are naive. That's the word I would take. Naive, even as adults, to not realize that they are looking at us and they are gathering information from us that we really would not give if we had a choice in the matter. So is there a way to go to a view only mode or to be able to limit that from what I give them somehow or another?
Yeah, thank you, Senator. And I would say, as someone who does not currently have an Instagram account, I ask myself the same question all the time. And I think, the reality is, like, these things are relatively simple to implement, right? It's not necessarily that complicated to say you should be able to just view some website or some site on Instagram just as you would any other website. But the reality is there's no incentive for these companies to build that feature. And it very much comes to, well, like, why do they want you on the platform? Well, they want you to create an account. They want you to scroll through their feed. They want you to give them feedback on this process, whether explicitly or implicitly, in terms of your engagement. And if you're not willing to do that, quite frankly, you don't provide value to them.
All right, Pete, I think you have some thoughts turning in these legislators' heads. So we appreciate that. And we're going to move on to our next presentation. But thank you for being with us today.
Yeah, thank you so much for having me here. I appreciate it.
Yep. Okay, so our next presenter is Ravi Iyer, who's the managing director of the University of Southern California Marshall School's Neely Center. And is Casey joining us today as well? Yes.
Casey's here.
Okay. And Ravi is also associated with the Anxious Generation team. And we also have Casey Mock, who is the senior policy director with the Anxious Generation. And they're going to be introducing us to real legislation, mainly focusing on minimum design standards and age verification, but may get into some other things as well. This presentation is probably going to be longer than 30 minutes, including all the questions. So I think what we'll do is go for about 30 minutes and see if we can find a landing spot, take a 30-minute break, and then come back and finish the presentation. Does that work for you all?
Yep, that totally works. Just let us know when you want to take a break.
Okay, I will do so. Thank you. Take it away.
Great. So again, yeah, I'm Ravi Iyer. I'm here with my colleague Casey, and just thrilled to be here. And just really thank you for the work you're doing. Thank you for helping protect our kids. I'm a father of 3 kids myself, and I do this work. I appreciate this work. I think it's interesting, but I also think it's personal for all of us, especially those of us who have kids. So I'm going to try to communicate 2 things here. One, that a lot of times we see all these things happening online, we think we're powerless against them. I really would just want to illustrate that there are like concrete things we can do to fix these platforms, and we can actually make these things measurable and know and track the changes that we make. And I sometimes, I think you can read the headlines and things that things aren't getting any better. You see a bunch of kids, who used to talk to each other around, they're sitting together for a meal and they're all on their phones. Kids spend more time on social media. I think the average is like 5 hours a day, which means that there's some kids spending like 8 hours a day, or we will say that they're online almost constantly. We see, violence, online that's spilling off offline. And we think that things aren't necessarily going to get better. But I just want to, sort of put a little perspective on it that, car safety actually took a long time too. Like, we built cars first in the early 1900s. It wasn't until the 60s when people made a big stink about that, we put in seatbelts in cars, and that, they've consistently gotten safer. And now, we feel reasonably safe in our cars. We have airbags, we have all sorts of things. So, it's just a process, right? And you have to start to understand, like, what are the harms that are occurring and what do you need to do to fix them? And we are starting to understand things about the physics of social media. And so when I talk about some of the fixes and the changes that we've made in other jurisdictions, some of the changes that we made. So I will mention, I also used to work at Meta for a period of time, and I'll talk about some of the changes we made there. We're starting to really understand the physics of social media. And there are some platforms that make those changes, and there's some platforms that don't, right? And we don't want this race to the bottom. And as we understand, you don't want some cars with seatbelts and cars that don't, right? We don't want some cars like selling cheaper cars that sort of win the market by those means. We want, there to be some minimum standards, and then car companies or social media companies can still make money on top of that. As I mentioned, I used to work at Meta actually before. I've been at USC for about 3 years, working with the Next Generation team as well. I've worked with John for about 15 years. But I worked before that, I worked at Meta for about 5 years. I worked a lot on like a lot of these societal issues, bullying and harassment, sexually suggestive content. We often dealt it from like a moderation perspective. So I was a data science manager. We'd like count how many times did someone see content that violated our policies. And eventually, we would often succeed. We would drive those policies to we drive those numbers on those dashboards to relatively low levels. But but then people in society would still say, like, look at this content. Like, we're still experiencing all these harms. And there was this disconnect between the things we were measuring and the things that we had as policies and the harms that people were experiencing in society. So I actually eventually moved to research where I could actually ask people, like, what is the harm that you're experiencing? And we would try to close some of those policy gaps. But eventually I realized that, like, you couldn't have a system that was designed badly in the first place, that was encouraging people to do things that they didn't want to do, to be more sexually suggestive in order to get more attention, and then try to back it out with some policy about what was over the line, because people just go up to the line, or human beings are just unfortunately, or fortunately, unfortunately, very creative about the ways that they say the things that they want to say or try to get the attention that they want to get online. So I eventually moved to product management, and a lot of the things that we ended up doing that I think were more effective were in the realm of design. And I'll talk about some of them here. I'll talk about some of the examples as well. So, there's a whistleblower, Arturo Bahar, who I think makes the point better than I do in some ways. And he talks often about bullying and harassment, that, by those dashboards that we used to build, bullying and harassment was only 0.08% of content. But if you ask people in society, and we used to run these surveys, and we'd ask people in the world, we would on platform, every so often, if you go to a platform, you get one of these surveys. So we'd ask some number of people these questions, like, in the last 7 days, have you been a victim of bullying and harassment? Have you seen unwanted sexual content? And these numbers are actually pretty high. And so there's a screenshot of some of these numbers here. I believe you might have copies of the slides as well, so you can peruse them at your leisure. This is not voluntarily given. This came out in a New Mexico court case against Meta. But the numbers you see here are in a 7-day period. And so you can read, 13 to 15-year-olds in that middle column. 10.8% of 13 to 15-year-olds are saying, so roughly 11%, are saying that they have been a victim of bullying and harassment in the last 7 days. And if you do the math, half of kids are on Instagram, half-ish of kids are on Instagram, 10% of them in a 7-day period. That is millions and millions of kids. So that, to me is like it's an unacceptable number, right? For
Hey,
nudity,
Robbie,
yeah.
let me interrupt you just
Sure,
one
yeah.
second. It may be the quality of the audio, but if you could slow down a
Oh,
little
sure.
bit, I think we could understand you better.
Yes, I will definitely
you.
slow down. Thank you for
Yeah.
yeah, so I guess what I'm trying to say is that there's a large number of kids who, if you ask them about their experiences online, who will tell you that they are experiencing unwanted and harmful things. And those numbers are much higher than the numbers that platforms will report. Because the policies of platforms don't often map to the experiences of kids. So, for example, if someone says to a kid, "nice sweater," you can't really tell if the person is bullying them or if they're actually being genuine about that comment. It really has to do with the context. And so when we used to measure these things at Meta or on Instagram, we would find that a significant percentage of kids report being a target of bullying or report being a target or also report other unwanted experiences. So in this graph on the middle column, you'll see that 19% of kids in a 7-day period at this point in time reported seeing unwanted sexual content. 11% of kids reported being a target of bullying and harassment. And then when you extrapolate that out to the user base of Instagram, that is millions and millions of kids. I used to show this graph sometimes internally just to illustrate something that we all know, that what is harmful is not about the content. It's really about the context. It's about the relationship between the user and the person saying something to them. So, if somebody, again, says "nice sweater," it could be something positive. It could be something that's meant in a sarcastic way. And you just really don't know. And so that's why a lot of what we did was really focus more on the design as opposed to like trying to figure out what people can and can't say. Another reason, which you guys are probably familiar with, is when you focus on moderation, when you try and make more and more rules about what people can and can't say online, you often get bias and censorship. And we made a lot of mistakes at Meta. So and you guys are probably aware of many of them. So most people know someone whose account has been restricted for some reason. Most people know someone who has had content taken down that was probably not justly taken down. And if you actually ask User Society in the same survey that I mentioned earlier, you'll see that between 10 and 20% of users will report that they feel that like they are aware of an occasion where Instagram removed a post for violating the rules that they felt was wrong, or they don't understand why these rules are being enforced, why some things are removed and why other things are not removed, right? So it's a fairly widespread experience. Again, this is a 7-day period, and this is something that is higher for kids than it is for older users. So again, a lot of the things we worked on that were more effective were in the realm of design. And design is just a much more effective way to address these problems. One, it can get at borderline content, right? So I'm not trying to judge whether "nice sweater" is a harmful content or not a harmful content. What I'm actually trying to do is set the incentives right so that content that people genuinely like, as opposed to content that people pay attention to or react to, is showing up at the top of people's feeds. It's also more legally defensible, right? So like we thankfully have a First Amendment in this country. We have free speech in this country. And we don't want to be judging. We don't want companies to be judging, and we don't want the government to be judging what people can and can't say online. And it removes a lot of that subjectivity, which is why we don't want companies and the government saying what people can and can't say online. We want instead to be setting the right incentives in the system, right? So some of the things that were more effective in the realm of design were things like removing these engagement incentives. So what Pete said about optimizing for comments, if you optimize for the thing that gets the most comments, you're not necessarily going to get the best content, right? If I write something and I'm getting a lot of comments back and forth, it could be because the thing I wrote was interesting, or it could be because the thing I wrote was very controversial. And in experiments, we showed that if we remove the things that were being reshared a lot, we removed the algorithmic optimization for things that were being shared a lot or things that are being commented a lot, we would actually see less graphic content, right? So a lot of times people will comment on things that are graphic. They'll spend time scrolling. They'll stop scrolling for things that are graphic. You'll see a lot less of that content if you remove some of those engagement optimizations in your algorithm. Instead, you can replace them with actually asking the users what it is that they want to see. So one thing I worked on in Meta was comment ranking. And so, if you see a post, you'll see comments below that post, and they're ranked in some order, right? And some comment has to be the first comment, and some comment is the last comment. And, you can rank that based on engagement. But if you do that, then if somebody says something like, F you politician or F you poster, like they'll get a lot of engagement. That people might react to it. They might agree with the comment and like it. They might disagree with the comment and argue with it. But regardless, you're going to get some reaction to it. So ranking by engagement, predictably gets you some of these more, salacious, sensational, provocative comments. Nobody would think that that is a high quality comment. So the other way you can rank those comments, you can actually ask users, okay, what is a high quality comment? What is a low quality comment? And users will say that, like, well, maybe I liked what you said, but I didn't think that was a high quality comment. If you say like F you, person, and you will see measurably that you'll get higher quality comments at the top. You can only survey users so much. So another thing we did is, by design, we would actually try to create more user interfaces that elicited that explicit signal, right? What do users really want to see, as opposed to what are they paying attention to? And so one thing we worked on was, like, on some posts on Facebook, you can see a little X on the upper right of the screen. And so platforms differ on this dimension, right? Some platforms allow you to say, I don't like that piece of content, and some platforms don't. Some have a dislike button. On Reddit or on YouTube, you actually have like a thumbs down. Facebook doesn't have a thumbs down, so we made it a little bit more accessible by making that little X on the upper right of each post. So you can say, like, I don't like that, or I want to hide it. Now, it's not as useful or as visible or as easy as on other platforms. And you can see that in some of the numbers, that people still have more negative experiences on Facebook than they do on, say, YouTube. But it's just to illustrate that you can, by design, try to elicit these explicit signals and replace some of these engagement optimizations with them.
Ravi, if I could jump in here for just a second. So for members of the committee, I find personally that it's helpful when thinking about these design questions and user interface questions to make analogies to physical spaces. And so as we talk about thinking about regulating around design, there's long precedent for this in US state law. And if you think about, and even municipal law, if you think about building codes, for example, building codes are constitutional. It's well within the state's police power to say to people who are building a building, okay, if you're building a building, it needs to have smoke detectors and fire suppressant and fire escape type features to it. Like what Ravi is talking about here, and what we'll talk about a little bit later, is sort of doing the same for the digital world. And back to the point too about selecting for outrageous content or extreme content, I just want to tie it to some of the comments that the co-chairs made at the outset of this hearing, particularly referring to Governor Cox in Utah. After the shooting and with his comments about social media, he used the phrase conflict entrepreneur to describe this sort of class of people who engage online, and they are truly entrepreneurs about exploiting the ways in which the algorithms promote and the design of these platforms promote more extreme content. And so again, by regulating around the design, you can remove the incentive for those conflict entrepreneurs to engage in the way that they've been engaging in these environments. Thanks, Robbie.
Yeah, no, thanks, Casey. And so I'll talk about one other class of design changes that we made. So we would take, algorithms, we would remove the engagement incentives. We would instead ask people for their explicit preferences. What do they think is high quality? What do they think is something that they don't want to see more of? And then the other kind of design change that we would make was around rate limiting and privacy. And so this is actually a report from the Network Contagion Research Institute talking about the playbook that people use for sextortion. So sextortion is often a way that people will pretend to be attractive women online. They will befriend young boys, and then they will ask them for nude pictures and then blackmail those boys for money by threatening to send those pictures to their friends. And there's a couple of features of these online platforms that allow that. One is they allow for criminals to bomb high schools, right? To send tons and tons of friend requests. And if you send enough of these friend requests, then some number of young kids are going to believe that they are, true and are going to accept some of them, and then you can start to engage in your criminal activity. So just eliminating the amount of requests that you can send in a day is something that platforms can do to limit the risk of these things happening. The other thing is, we don't go online and really with the expectation that everybody will see who we're friends with necessarily. That's not a core part of our experience, but it's useful for platforms that have an incentive to create network effects. They want people to have more friends, and so discover like, oh, Bob's friends with Sally. I also should want to be friends with Sally because, Bob's also friends with them. They don't have to make these friend connections visible by default, and that would also eliminate one vector of these attacks. If these people who are trying to bomb high schools with friend requests and then blackmail kids were not able to see who was connected to who, it would just add more friction to the things that they're trying to do online. And I don't think this is a core part of users' expectations online. We don't go online expecting everyone to be able to see my friends. It's something that's more useful for business reasons. So these are the kinds of design changes that one can make. Since I left Meta, I've been talking to people at other companies. A lot of companies have made these kinds of changes. YouTube will talk about how they've reduced engagement incentives. They do a lot of surveys to increase user quality. You'll see companies often talk about controls. Oftentimes there are controls that are, various degrees of accessibility. So I know we had a question earlier about, do parents have the ability to, have transparency and control? And it's true that, platforms are increasingly adding more controls. The problem is, I'm a parent of 3 kids. Anyone who's a parent knows, like, it's just impossible to keep up. Like, your average kid is using 40 apps. Am I really going to figure out the controls for all 40 of those apps? And companies know that. Like, statistically, very few parents use these things. So they're more like window dressing. What's really powerful are the defaults, right? If we can somehow make the defaults better, and if a parent had to change them to be unsafe, that would actually have a powerful effect. But if you just give parents, on any individual app, the ability to make more user control, the reality is, statistically, very few parents are going to use it. So, but these kinds of optimizations are helpful, right? Like, so you can make controls more accessible, like make a dislike button, for example, as a more accessible user control. You can reduce engagement incentives. You can create more privacy and rate limits so that people can't bomb high schools with invitations. And that leads to more user empowerment, right? People are seeing things they want to see. And they're also, and you also see less ability of like small groups of users, and every harm, whether it's to kids or to people or conflict entrepreneurs, almost every harm is a small group of people. Most people are good people. It's a tiny group of people who are the bad actors, and you get less ability of that tiny group of bad actors to manipulate a space, and you get better outcomes for kids and for society in general. So, and so, I often like to talk about 3 specific categories of harm. And none of these are about us judging what people are seeing online. A lot of them are really more about the unwanted experiences that people have. So like about 45% of kids will say themselves that they spend too much time online. It's a recent Pew survey. And so, it's not us saying that, you kids, you guys got to spend less time online. If I were to poll the room, I bet most of you would probably say, you have a complex relationship with your phone. I have a complex relationship with my phone. I spend more time on it than I want to. I'd spend, I catch myself using it when I should be talking to my kids or playing with my kids. And so, these things are often, there are all sorts of features, autoplay, infinite scroll, like things that just make it easy to keep using it rather than like giving me a moment to think, what, do I really want to keep using my phone? All these ways that these things try to get you to use them more. Excessive notifications, algorithms that show you one more thing that keeps you on your phone just a little bit longer. There's unwanted and harmful content. A lot of kids who see unwanted sexual content online are actually not trying to see it. And so you may have this idea of a 17-year-old boy like seeking pornography online. And that, unfortunately is a different problem. It's not a problem that you're necessarily going to solve with the social media case. But, the average age of pornography exposure actually is age 12. That means a lot of kids are seeing it at age 10 or younger. And a lot of these kids are not seeing it because they're trying to see it. Like over half these cases for younger kids, it's unwanted, it's accidental. They're not trying to see it. And so they're often being served. People are being served content. I showed you that nudity question. That question was, in the last 7 days, have you seen unwanted sexually explicit content? 19% of Instagram users 13 to 15 are saying they're seeing unwanted sexual content, right? So a lot of people are having these unwanted content experience. They're seeing graphic content, right? They don't want to see, graphic images from around the world. And we can do something about that by addressing these algorithms. And then there's the unwanted and harmful contact, being solicited by a stranger. 1 in 8 13 to 15-year-olds will say that they've had an unwanted sexual advance in a 7-day period, at least per that Instagram study. So a lot of these things are unwanted, and we have, if you look at harms around or legislation around the world, or litigation around the world, there aren't 3,000 things that people are complaining about for these platforms. There's like maybe a few dozen design features of these platforms that people are complaining about, and it's it rhymes across jurisdictions. So we're starting to see understanding of the physics of these platforms. We understand what design features lead to what harms, and that means we can fix them. And as Casey mentioned, we can create a building code for social media in the same way that we have building codes for physical buildings, and make sure that these things are safer. And so I often talk about, companies will say, we're just giving kids what they want. We're giving users what they want. But, I think we just have to question that, because, they're often optimizing not for what we want, but what we'll pay attention to, right? So if you look at my behavior online and you create an optimization for it, you might notice that I might, watch things that I'm not proud of. I might spend time on my phone at times that I'm not proud of instead of playing with my kids. I might eat unhealthy foods, but I don't aspire to those kinds of behaviors, right? And we can design spaces that actually help us with our goals, our aspirational goals, rather than taking advantage of our weaknesses, right? So I would like to eat healthier food. I would like to consume healthier content. I don't want to see graphic content all the time. I would like to spend more time playing with my kids rather than being notified by my phone with the thing that some algorithm has decided is the thing that will get me to use it one more time that day. And so these are things that we can ask platforms to design for, as opposed to the things designing for our weaknesses and getting us to use things more than we actually want to. So with that, the next part of the presentation, I'm just going to talk about specific laws that really mirror these design choices.
the
This
mic.
could be a
Ravi.
time. Yeah.
Robbie, hey, sorry, I didn't have my mic on. I think that's a good place
Yeah.
to stop, because you've kind of set the stage for enacting laws around design rather than content. And I think you're about to get into specific policy, and I'm told that our lunch has been delivered.
Yep.
So I think we'll stop here, take our 30-minute break, and then when we come back, we'll be looking at some specific laws.
Yep. Sounds perfect.
With that,
Yep. That sounds great.
okay, that's what we'll do. Thank you.
Look forward to it.
Okay, everyone, we are lunched and we're gonna get, we're lunched. I made it a verb. I changed a noun into a verb. Okay, so we're gonna get started with part 2. We were talking about design standards and we're about to get into some specific laws. So Ravi, oh, and it really helped when you slowed down. My co-chair said to remind you that we're from the South, so you got to go slow.
I appreciate the reminder and apologies for my speed, but we'll keep that in mind. I think Casey's actually going to kick us off.
I will also say really quickly that legislators, we have the slides, but we also have the document from the Senate Office of Policy and Legislative Analysis that Mary put together for us. It has some bill summaries that you can use as Ravi is speaking. Okay, take it from here, Ravi.
Well, while Ravi gets the slides queued up, so he's going to walk through some different policy options. And before we get started on that, I just want to make clear that none of these are a silver bullet and they all tackle different parts of the problem. The businesses at issue here all have slightly different profit models and their products are all slightly different. And so, one challenge that we see lawmakers from around the country facing is like, let's say you want to regulate social media. How do you start to define social media? That becomes a bit of a problem. And so that's another way in which taking different angles at different aspects of the problem can be helpful. It's each one of these is almost like a slice of Swiss cheese. It has holes in it, but as you stack slices of Swiss cheese, the holes become opaque. Just to illustrate with one concrete example, the other Casey who spoke earlier was talking about App Store accountability. And I don't believe Ravi's going to cover that today. I think that can be a helpful policy, but to illustrate where one of the holes of that is, if a product is accessible through a web browser, the App Store accountability will not be as effective doing that. So Character AI, which is a product that many of you all have probably heard of or heard about in the news. There was a young boy from Florida last year who died by suicide after engaging with a chatbot from that product. That boy used both the app on his phone as well as logged in through a web browser. And so these different approaches just keep in mind the different access methods, the different design methodologies, and the different business models of all the companies at issue. Ravi?
Yep. Yeah, and I will talk a little bit about the App Store and device-based authentication as well, so we can talk about that more in a sec. But yeah, I mean, thank you for your attention earlier, and I think you've gotten a lot of information about various design practices of companies that lead to harm for kids. Now we're going to talk a little bit about the specific solutions, and hopefully you will see that there are very specific regulations, just like we have building codes for builders of physical properties. There are very specific ways that we can mandate that these online spaces are also designed safely. And a lot of these things are things that some companies have done and other companies have not, right? So that illustrates that these things are totally feasible. There are also things that other jurisdictions have passed. There are things that have been upheld by courts in other jurisdictions. So I'll start with the addictive feed laws. So these are really addressing the algorithms that are designed to increase usage of these platforms. Again, I mentioned that 45% of teens will say that they spend too much time on these platforms. And we're not saying that they're spending too much time. They are saying they spend too much time on these platforms. And we can stop, we can give them a little bit, that for that 45%, we can give them a little bit of help by making sure that they can see content that they're looking for, as opposed to content that is being fed to them by these feeds. People often cite TikTok, for example, as like being something that really interferes with their sleep. It's really hard to get off of. So there are two laws I'll point out here. It is passed in New York and California. There are several other states considering these addictive feed laws. It applies, again, as Casey mentioned, it's a bit of a Swiss cheese. It's not all algorithms. It's algorithms for feeds of user-generated content, right? So there are other things that are addictive online, and we can talk a bit about that. But just really to features of the law, it restricts the use of a user's data to increase usage, right? So it's really about the practice of addicting people with using their behavioral data. What is the thing that gets me to scroll to stop scrolling and to pay attention to something a little bit longer. What is the thing that gets me to click? It is not about content. And so that's why it was recently upheld by the Ninth Circuit, citing recent Supreme Court cases, that, you know, it is okay to regulate how people talk, not what they say, right? So for example, we have a long history in the country of regulating time, place, and manner of speech. I can't go to your house at 3 a.m. and blast my radio, right? Because that it's not about what I say when I do that. It's about the annoyance that you feel trying to go to sleep, right? So it is reasonable to uphold, the Supreme Court talked about, you know, a mall, it's reasonable for them to restrict pamphleteers going around the mall and sort of bothering shoppers, right? And so there are definitely parts of algorithms that are expressive. Like if an editor wanted to say, like, I want to uprank this kind of content or that kind of content, then that would be expressive. But there are lots of parts of these algorithms that are not expressive that are able to be regulated, such as the optimization for engagement to keep kids on there longer. Companies are not trying to express anything by trying to keep kids on there longer. They're just trying to make more money, honestly. So people can.
If I could just add really quickly, Ravi, on that, like most companies that we're talking about here do not make the decision to have expressive content rankings, because that would then potentially exempt them from coverage under Section 230, which I believe that you all, if memory serves, you all heard about last week, right? So the companies here kind of face a choice with these addictive feeds. They can be expressive, and then they don't benefit from Section 230 protections, or they are not expressive, and then they kind of fit in with what Robbie's talking about.
And thanks, Casey. And the last thing I'll say about these laws.
We have a question.
Sure, go for it.
Senator Setzler has a question.
To the point about and good to see you again. I appreciate your advocacy on this. It was great being with you last month, talking through these things out of state. Is there precedent for states mandating an expressive rating? And in your opinion, would that hold up in court if we did it as a state?
I'm not sure I understand the question, Senator. What upholding an expressive rating?
Is there any precedent in which mandating expressive ratings has been required in any context by legislators or by any kind of action? Any precedent to that? And even if there hasn't been, is that something that, in your opinion, could withstand federal court muster?
So a state law that essentially says to these companies, thou shalt have expressive sort of content rankings. Is that the kind of idea that you have there, Senator?
Yep.
I'm not aware of any legislation like that. I would be concerned that it would fall afoul of compelled speech prohibitions under the First Amendment, and that's probably why states haven't pursued that, would be my guess. But we can look that up and see if there's anything out there along those lines.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, so you lost me a little bit with this expressive terminology. I'm not even sure exactly what that is.
Sure, I can. I know just enough to be dangerous on that, Senator. But if Mary is in the room, she might be your go-to source on this. So there's certain things that you say that are not expressive, that it doesn't contain content. Like if you're just saying 2 + 2 = 4 out loud, that's not necessarily expressive. Other things that you do that you can say, other forms of speech can be expressive. So in the context of, let's say, a newspaper, the fact that a physical newspaper has pages and some things have to go on page 2 versus on the front page, that's an editorial decision that's actually expressive, right? The editor is expressing something relative to the importance of those things by selecting something to go on the top of the front page and something to go on the second page. But let's say you're looking at like the formatting of baseball box scores on the sports page. Like the actual formatting of those box scores is not expressive speech, because that's just sort of a standard for delivering that information, and it doesn't really reflect editorial choices or artistic or expressive content in any way. So the Supreme Court has divided speech into expressive speech or pure speech, sometimes they'll call a related concept, and then non-expressive speech, which is, utterances or things that you can say that don't actually contain any, material, artistic, or expressive content. Does that help, Senator?
Yes, now can you apply it to feeds?
Certainly. So I think a good example of that, and Ravi, feel free to jump in here if you think I'm getting this wrong, is as we were talking earlier today about chronological feeds versus ones where feeds are selecting content to show you based on your engagement versus feeds that select content to show you based on the priorities, these, let's say, editorial priorities of that platform. That latter one would be expressive, right? So if Meta wants to say, we want every user on here to see content about Russia's invasion of Ukraine, right? That would be, and they tailor their algorithm accordingly. That would be an expressive feed. But if they're just orchestrating the feed in such a way as to bring you back to it and have you spend as much time on it as possible, that's not necessarily expressive. That's a design choice that doesn't convey any meaning. Instead of that, it just has like a utility to the company to get you coming back.
Very helpful. Thank you.
Is that backed up by case law? Is that established in federal law that the decision to say, I'm just responding to what the propensity of a person to come back is not an editorial decision? Has that been established?
So that was established in the recent decision, right? So these things are all being adjudicated.
Okay.
And so the Supreme Court has set a precedent that there are some things that are expressive and there are some things that are not expressive. Now, the debate in the courts is like which things fall on which side of the line, right? So there are some things that 100% are expressive. So if someone said, like Casey's example, I want to uprank content about Ukraine, that would be 100% expressive. And then there's content that clearly is not expressive that we have offline examples of. So like what I said about blasting a radio outside your house at 3 a.m. And then there's argument about what, in these algorithms, what parts of it are expressive and what aren't. And what has happened is that the addictive feed laws, at least in several cases, have all been held as not expressive, therefore regulatable. So, but I don't want to mislead you to think that there won't be an argument about it. You will get people who will say it is expressive. There will be court cases, but so far there have been court decisions that uphold this addictive feeds laws as regulating something that is not expressive, and therefore it is constitutional to do so far.
And sorry to build on that, to be really clear, that tech companies would love to continue to make the argument that all computer code is speech. And in fact, that they have done that in some cases. Now that no court has upheld that, but they are going to continue to make that argument. And so these addictive feed laws will probably continue to be challenged partially on those grounds. And then the all code is protected speech argument is probably something that they would claim for nearly all of the pieces of legislation that Ravi's going to speak to here.
But if the companies are, thank you, if the companies are saying that the feeds are expressive, therefore speech, doesn't that take them out from under the protection of Section 230?
True.
One would think, but how those two things interact, I don't believe the court has had to opine on yet. So, logically, you would assume that to be true, but certainly, I'm sure the clever lawyers involved could come up with something.
Okay, so it's a moving target.
Correct.
Great. I just wanted to finish with one thing about these laws. They don't restrict access to content, right? So kids, under these laws, they explicitly exclude any restriction on people searching for content or consuming content in sort of pre-existing feeds. So I can navigate to my favorite creator's feed and I can read anything I want. It's really to prevent that more addictive feed experience, not to restrict anyone's access to content. So yeah, if anybody else has any questions about like addictive feeds are probably at the core of, again, I mentioned that kids spend, on average 5 hours a day on social media platforms. Many kids say they're online almost constantly, right? And so they're constantly thinking about it, even when they're not on their phones. It is still distracting them from other things they could be doing and thinking about. It does a lot to their attention span. I think just the quality of their experience in life is reduced as a result. So happy to take more questions about this, but we think that addictive feeds have existed as a separate provision of other, separate from other design laws, in part because they are identified as one of the most harmful aspects of these platforms.
And we do have the California law and the New York law. We have summaries of those in front of us that Mary did.
So happy to pause and take questions on this law, or I can also move to other design laws that sort of address feeds and other design patterns that extend usage as well.
We have another question.
This is not related to feeds. I was going to ask it earlier, though. It was raised, this issue of people not knowing the rule set that they're signing up to when they say yes to something. Or if they want to engage, even a parent, if they want to engage with a software platform, how do I go about doing that? I don't have the skills to go into and fine tune my kid's Snapchat or their because I just don't know how to go about and doing that. Is there any precedent anywhere, either in the States or even in Europe, where, or has there been any discussion in the think tank world where there would be a kind of a rule set master that you could go in and say, no app that I've got is going to allow me to be tracked. Poop. No app that I got is going to sell my data. They can do this, but they can't. Has there been any discussion around kind of a understandable, simple user interface, kind of a master interface, or alternately require that same consistent interface be on all systems so that folks can tune what they get and know what they're getting? Because right now, it took me 5 minutes early in this meeting to figure out how to turn off one of the apps you were talking about. So I went in to try to turn it off on my phone, which is, I said, oh crap, it's tracking me. It took me 5 minutes to even figure out how to log out. Log out is quite elusive in this app, much less trying to fine tune the controls. How do we beat that? How do we solve that problem?
So there are laws that suggest, especially around privacy, that users need more control over their experience. And then there are definitely like people working on more transparency, and companies themselves actually work on user controls. And if you ask companies, user controls would be a big part of their solution, in part because they know that users won't use them, to be honest, right? And so it's really hard to design a user control that isn't a default that people will actually use. So, there's definitely a lot of talk about it, especially in the privacy world. There are precedents for it. I wouldn't necessarily recommend it, in part because busy parents, like, you had that much trouble with one app. Imagine as a parent trying to do that for, all the apps that your kid uses and try to keep up with, like, even knowing that you should do that, right? Like, you don't even know, like, what this app could do, let alone, like, I should regulate that thing that it could do. So
Right. But like with my iPhone, for example, I can set my iPhone as a platform through which all my apps come to me. I can set that to allow some things to happen and some things not to happen. And it propagates across all my apps. I'm just saying, from a policy perspective, is there some way we could think about that? Not today in this committee meeting, or we're going to write a statute in 2 weeks. I'm just saying, is there a way that you could create that same kind of approach where people have controls over their entire internet footprint through a manageable rule set that they can control and understand? That's all.
Yeah, I think that's a great call out, right? That if you could take it, abstract it out from every individual app and do it at the device level, then that would be a great way to do it. We it's not super advanced, but the App Store Accountability Act at least hints in the direction where, now we can start to control these things at the app level, at least the age verification part. We've talked to some legislators about extending that. So, I don't want contact from strangers, period. I don't want things that extend my usage on these platforms across apps. And in some ways, these design prohibitions are meant to do that. They apply across all the apps rather than having you have to go in each individual app, because we know parents and users won't do that.
And I can add too that, you know, dictating what a user interface should look like or should feel like is a lot more challenging for legislation to do in a way that's constitutional than identifying things, design elements that are harmful that should not be allowed. So for example, if you try to write a bill that says, to use your example, Senator, about trying to log out, right? Like that the log out screen for every application should look like X. Not only are different businesses going to have difficulty applying that to their business, but they're probably also going to challenge it on First Amendment grounds that it's government compelled speech. But that very example that you mentioned about the difficulty in finding the log out that's one of these things that's known as a dark pattern. And it is possible to legislate around prohibitions on these dark manipulative patterns that are, you know, kind of unseen design elements that manipulate users in a way that is, you know, I guess violates consumer welfare, so to speak. So some of the laws that Ravi's about to talk about now get to that, but that's how I think in general we would advise dealing with that particular issue.
Thank you.
Hey guys, thanks for being with us again. I know that we've spent a lot of time with you in committee and outside as well, but I appreciate y'all. 2 questions. Number one, with the bills that you're showing from Nebraska, Vermont, California, New York, how many of those bills have been signed into law as of today?
Those are all signed into law, actually. There are
Okay.
many bills that are not signed into law that we could talk about as well, but these are all, the examples you see are all signed into law.
Okay. So then digging in a little bit deeper to that, one of the favorite phrases from this past legislative session, I'm sure will become even more popular next year, is plaintiffs' attorneys having a private right of action. And I'm just wondering, when companies knowingly and deliberately ignore what they're doing in terms of, you know, bypassing or ignoring algorithms or using algorithms to specifically manipulate people, what does this do for the legal communities? Does this become like a whole new area of law that we're going to be dealing with in Georgia because we've created requirements that they're not following, and now the trial lawyers have just opened up every private right of action that's going to happen for companies that break it?
So some of these laws, and so I apologize, I don't know exactly which have a private right of action, which don't, but many of these do not have a private right of action. So you do not have to, if you are concerned about that. There are many lawsuits that occur really under existing consumer protection laws. So as Casey mentioned, you know, we have existing statutes that you're not allowed to deceive consumers. And so under those statutes, people are engaging in lawsuits already, including many attorney general's offices. And these laws do not necessarily have to increase the amount of litigation that occurs. Many of them, I think most of them, and I can confirm that, do not have a private right of action in them.
Okay, thanks.
And I might add, on top of that, you know, even for laws that do contain a private right of action, I think a credible argument can be made that it may actually reduce the load on the courts on many of these issues, because ultimately what a lot of this legislation that we're talking about does is that it applies long-standing concepts in law, such as, you know, tort and having a duty of care to someone, to not act recklessly, to the digital realm. And it, you know, also updates like implied warranties with like product design and product liability and things like that, and just applying that to the digital space. Because what's happening often in the courts now is that, you know, plaintiffs will bring these suits And the courts are having to sort of adjudicate and spend a lot of time with motions, pretrial motions and things like that about, is this thing a product or a service? What aspects of existing law apply to this when someone is clearly hurt, right? When clearly a cause of action exists. And so clarifying the law in these ways about how some of these traditional concepts in law apply to digital products is actually something that can be of a benefit to the courts rather than necessarily like a free for all with plaintiffs' attorneys. Now, it's possible to go too far. Illinois' BIPA law about biometric privacy is a good example of going a little too far and opening things up a little bit too much, where that law has created an entire cottage industry of specialized plaintiffs' attorneys just on that issue. But that's like a known outcome that I think everyone working in this space wants to avoid. So we're trying to thread the needle carefully here, but there is some benefit to clarifying the law.
Thanks, Casey.
Madam Chair, the word trial attorney is thrown around this building like a pejorative. I can just tell you, having represented constituents for a lot of years, if you're screwed by the man and the system screws you, the most important person in your life is your plaintiff's lawyer. Most important person in your life if you've been screwed by the system. So we've got a dad here earlier whose 13-year-old committed suicide after what he believes is clear linkage between, a company's behaviors relative vis-a-vis your kid. I hope he wins his case. Hope he wins his case. We have to, I just say parenthetically for anyone who's listening, we can't, trial lawyers. And if someone is harmed by the bad actions of another, I hope they have a private right of action. I hope the legislature in their state or federal law doesn't shield from accountability an entity that perpetrated that, because there is no private right of action. It's about fairness, balance. So I just think I would say, Madam Chair, that if the only one that can ever address this is the Attorney General of the state, and an individual doesn't have an ability to bring a case, people are legally unprotected.
I have to agree.
So
Great. Are there any other questions, or I can keep moving to other legislation?
Go forward.
Okay. So as Casey mentioned, I think, I 100% agree with him that there are a lot of cases around what design patterns are violating consumer protection laws, and some of them involve algorithms, but some of them also involve things like privacy defaults. People sign up for these services to talk to their friends. All of a sudden, they're getting messages from strangers. How discoverable are people? How discoverable should kids be? What should the rate limits be? Are they dangerous by default, right? And so these are all design choices that companies make that can be regulated. And so you see things like age-appropriate design code legislation. It's passed in California. It's passed in Maryland. These are just two recent examples in Nebraska and Vermont. Many of these elements have been passed in Utah as well. A lot of these are under debate in the courts, right? So companies and legislators and jurisdictions are debating which parts of these are expressive and which parts of these are constitutional, which are not. But in no case has everything been determined to be 100% constitutional or 100% unconstitutional. So we're trying to figure out what are the parts that are regulatable and what are the parts that are the company's fault. And I think by creating this kind of legislation, you can help clarify those cases, right? We can have minimum standards that apply across all companies rather than having each company come up with their own standards and having each case trying to figure out the facts of those cases. And so among the things that these things regulate, they do address algorithmic feeds, right? So a lot of these laws will talk about algorithmic feeds. In addition to various other design choices, they also address privacy by default, like how visible are minors to others, how contactable are they to others. And there are also all these features that encourage time spent on the platform, things like the gamification of engagement, right? So showing like counts so that, users are posting things to get more like counts and trying to compare themselves to other users. Things like ephemeral content, saying that this content will disappear if you don't see it within the next X hours. Things like infinite scroll and autoplay that don't give you a chance to say I don't want to see anything more, or do I really want to spend more time on this platform? But rather sort of take it out of your hands and something just starts playing. So are those the kinds of features that get regulated in these broader design laws? Each law has a specific set of such features that they address. And we would say that Georgia would be in good company if you guys decided to enact a law of this kind.
And I just add, if you can look at these states, this is a bipartisan mix of states that have passed this law. So it's, with lots of geographical diversity. And then I just want to illustrate too a concrete example with the privacy by default. So you can legislate underneath these laws, geolocation being turned off by default for minors. For example, like I struggle to come up with a legitimate use case for a social app that needs to be pinging a 13-year-old's location out to the world. Similarly, like the ability for strangers to message a 13-year-old can be turned off by default under these laws as well.
So just want to pause for questions.
The concern I've got about that is as you unpack these things over the years, thinking about these things, the question is the conditioning of benefits. So, okay, you default to the GPS tracking is off and these other things are off, but if the core of the application is not available to you now as a result of that, what happens is they've conditioned the benefit of the app itself to acquiesce to doing the tracking and other things. It's a subtler move by the providers. It's okay, maybe you default to be turned off, but if you really can't do what the app's sort of the thrust of the app unless you click yes, then that's another very wily way. Maybe it's what you call a dark pattern to kind of get people around it. How has that been dealt with effectively?
Well, I might just say that Senator, that I think that what this sort of legislation does is it opens new possibilities for workable business models that are healthier, that will create healthier products. They might make slightly less money than the companies who are the richest companies in the history of the world make money now off, doing that sort of stuff. But a good analogy is maybe to cars. Before Congress passed, national highway safety legislation in the 60s and 70s, car companies didn't really compete on safety the same way that they do today. And so now today, you've got, Volvo and Subaru, for example, it's a core part of their brand that they're perceived as safe brands. And that was made possible by the fact that national highway safety set this low bar, set a floor on safety with some minimum requirements, and then change the business model of the car companies around safety so that some could choose to be more safe and some could choose to be a little more reckless to an extent if they wanted to. Right now, with no laws, recklessness is the default choice for most of these companies, I would argue. So I think what these laws would do is create the opportunity for companies to deal with that question by making the business decision, do we want to be the Volvo or do we want to make the Ford Pinto here? And that's a choice that the business can make.
I'll just also add that a lot of the benefit that kids want from these apps is just to see what their favorite creators are saying. Right? A lot of kids want to know what Taylor Swift is saying. She has an Instagram account. If you want to go on Instagram and see what she's saying, it will be almost impossible without creating an Instagram account. You'll get prompt after prompt to create an Instagram account. It just won't be easily browsable. And so, I moved to the next slide around account creation, because a lot of what kids want from these services actually isn't anything to do with the design of these platforms, right? They want to talk to their friends and they want to, see what their creators are saying. There's a small number of kids who post with any regularity. It's a tiny group of kids who post with any regularity who actually get any engagement on their posts. So a lot of what kids want to do is, talk to their friends. So they want to be on Snapchat, not because they love the features of Snapchat, but because all the friends are on Snapchat, right? And so if you just sort of remove that network effect, there is no benefit that they need. They want to go onto these platforms because they want to see what, the favorite creators are saying, and they want to watch their favorite videos, right? You don't really need an account to do that, right? So restricting account creation is one way. And I think you mentioned also view mode. A lot of what kids want is view mode. A lot of what a lot of us in this room do is really view mode. We don't post a ton, or maybe you guys, you might do for your job, but we just want to watch things and see things. And oftentimes companies sort of require us to create an account. So I would say that's the ultimate, requirement for getting a benefit is just requiring people to create an account. And if you restrict account creation, again, this doesn't have to restrict access to content. Plenty of people access YouTube, for example. It's to YouTube's credit. I give them a lot of credit for this, that they allow anyone to go and search for things. And a lot of people learn things on YouTube as a result without ever having an account. And so I think a lot of ways we can give people these benefits without these dark patterns is by restricting account creation, not access to content. And several jurisdictions have done that. And the Supreme Court has actually allowed Mississippi's law to go into effect. So there are ways that this can be done in a way to give people the benefits without some of these downsides.
And so ultimately, this sort of approach is grounded in contract law. The terms and conditions that everyone has to click accept for, that teenagers certainly don't read, much less understand. It's sort of, these laws are sort of getting at that issue, right? Like, we don't let 14-year-olds open credit cards for some very good reasons, and it seems reasonable also to think that 14-year-olds should not be clicking accept from these terms and conditions to create an account that's ultimately potentially harmful for them.
I just want to open up to any questions about account creation or.
So some examples of social media where you don't need an account is YouTube and Reddit.
Yeah, Reddit's leaned into, we've been doing polling actually about people's experiences on Reddit. They've been leaning more into search, and people have been reporting like fewer negative experiences, and they really are learning a lot. I mean, when I want to find out where to park for a concert, I often will do a Google search, and I'll often find myself on Reddit. I don't log in. I get the answer I need. I move on. So yeah, the most informative platforms are often the ones where people use them intentionally. They're not using them passively to pass time. They're using them actively because they have a question. They want to learn something. They go, they find their answer, and then they move on. Companies still are profitable. They're maybe a little less profitable, but they're not trying to lock you in. And we have examples of that, and we have examples of the opposite. And so we know that it is possible. It is totally feasible. It's possible to have very healthy companies doing that. And especially for our kids who, maybe there's some argument that adults should know better, but at least our kids, they shouldn't be locked into these accounts in order to access the content that they're interested in.
So an example of a decision you make when you create an account, I don't know whether this is still the case, but it seemed to me like at some point, if you opened an Instagram account, you kind of had to give access to your personal contacts on your phone. Is that true?
I doubt you have to. I think they highly encourage it. And this is kind of like the dark pattern argument where,
yeah, you can block it, but a kid might not know to block it. And so a kid could easily let the company have access to personal contacts without really even realizing it. That's the gravity of kids going into these contracts with these companies without any parental required help.
Yeah, 100%. And they're also using this data in many cases for generative AI training, right? So their AI models trained on people's data. It's used to get other kids to use these platforms more. So they have data on what keeps kids on longer. And so they serve that. There are cases where kids are, people are seeing images that sort of look like their kids or look like them. And they're like, well, where did that come from? What is that? So, there are a lot of questions to be asked about what are people doing with their data in addition to, what are they doing with their data in the AI context, as well as what are they doing with your contacts, exposing it to other people. So there's a lot of questions being asked, and all of these are avoidable. We don't need contracts with these companies. We don't need to give them our data in order to just watch content.
Interesting. Thank you.
Great. If we no other questions, we can move on. So as mentioned by the first speaker, a lot of these laws are predicated on age verification, like understanding the age of the user. I would agree that it is impossible for, there is no way to perfectly do age verification that doesn't have some privacy uh, issues with it. And so the best solutions really move age verification from every app doing it to a higher level, right? And as parents, if you have every app trying to figure out the age of your child, you know that at sometimes it's going to get it wrong. You don't know what all these apps are doing with your data. And if we can put that onus at a higher level to the app store or to the device, certainly it's more robust, and certainly there's less risk of any information getting out that we don't want to. As Casey mentioned, there are flaws in that plan in a sense, right? Like it's a step in the right direction. It doesn't fix everything. Pornography obviously is a big concern for kids. Oftentimes they're not accessed by apps; they're accessed by websites. Casey mentioned Character AI. A lot of these apps that are harmful have a website as well as an app. And so if the app is restricted, you can imagine a lot of kids are going to go to the website. So we would suggest, every app store provider, Google and Apple, they also happen to be the companies that run web browsers, that own web browsers. They own Safari, they own Chrome. And so just sharing that signal with the web browser so that you get that protection in both cases, as opposed to just in the app sites, is just one way to close some of those holes. And as mentioned earlier, we also worry about consent fatigue, right? Like, so if I get a notification every time a parent wants to every time my kid wants to use a new app, I'm going to get a little tired of it, and I might start just clicking OK. We've all gotten those pop-ups on the internet where it says, like, do you want to share your cookies? And you kind of just get past it, right? You're not really reading it. You're not like meaningfully engaging with like the privacy practices of companies. So, we suggest something to consider about to get rid of consent fatigue. One idea that's been thrown around is, can I give my disapproval for all social media apps, right? So I'm not getting constant pings about the latest app. Can I get my disapproval for anything where my kid can talk to strangers, right? Or where they're being recommended to strangers. So you can set these broader preferences that sort of reduce the number of pings you're getting, and maybe that will reduce consent fatigue. But having parents approve every single app, you just worry that eventually parents are going to give up and just start approving things without really reading what's in each app. So those are some things. I mean, these are all steps in the right direction, but just some things to think about as we think about age verification, which underlies a lot of these other laws. So just curious if anyone has questions on age verification, App Store Accountability Act, et cetera. Okay.
It doesn't sound like you have questions at this point, but we may have more questions about that going forward, the device level and how that works.
Yep, 100%. We're happy to be resources. We'll provide our emails, and yeah, if we can be helpful. It's a conversation that's ongoing. We have age verification laws across the world, and so we all have an interest in like getting this right. And tech companies, in some ways are helpful, but in some ways they're not always the perfect judges of how they do this. And so society has a role to play in helping encourage the best solution possible. So one last thing I'll talk about is the incentives. And so I think the question was asked earlier about the company's incentives, where we ask them to make less money. And 100%, we are asking them to make less money. A lot of times, unfortunately, they make the most money from a small group of users, right? So like it's not evenly distributed. So if they're making money on advertising, the small group of users who are hyperactive, who are often the users who are more vulnerable, are the ones who are the most profitable. And so companies are going to keep going back to those users over and over again, and in some ways to their detriment, right? So if there's ways we can improve their incentives, then hopefully we can align their decisions with societal decisions. One thing that was mentioned earlier was the inability of users to provide a consumer signal that we don't like that, because they feel they're locked into these platforms. So in Utah, they passed the Digital Choice Act, which mandates two things: interoperability and data portability. So data portability means like if I'm on a platform and I want to move to a different platform, I can move my data with me. I can move my network with me. I can move my photos with me, my history with me. And that has to be facilitated by the platform so that I can give the signal that like, I don't like the way you're treating me. I feel unsafe. I feel like you're misusing my data, and I'm going to move my platform to one that treats me better, right? It's being considered in various other jurisdictions. It's passed in Utah, and we're hopeful that this will sort of increase the competition amongst apps so that they're competing to provide better, safer user experiences, as opposed to just competing based on like who can build the biggest network to sort of lock you in.
This is a good example of what I was talking about earlier about creating that environment where a company can make the decision to be the safe company, because right now those incentives don't exist. And an analogy that's helpful to understand the Digital Choice Act and how it works is I'm sure some of you all remember the day when you couldn't necessarily switch cell phone providers and keep your phone number. But now you can move your phone number from Verizon to AT&T to T-Mobile and back again. This is sort of the same concept as that.
Great. Any questions there?
You have a question? Okay, yours 5?
Yes, 5.
Okay.
Just a question, curious, if I am a subscriber, do I have any right to request the data that they hold on me, my personal information that they hold? Do I have the ability, or can I ask, say, I would like to see what you have on me informationally? Is that something that can be done? I'm assuming that there's some way that they track me or track a user. That can I have a right to know what's on, just like I know on my credit record or on my medical records, do I have a right to know what they have on me?
So I don't know, Casey, if you have more detail. I know there are data privacy laws that give you those rights. I don't know the details of all of them. I can also say that like it's a very tiny group of consumers who exercise that right and who probably even understand the data that is, it's not, even though they have some rights to get that data, it doesn't necessarily include a right to be able to understand it or have the right format of it. So I know there are privacy laws that give you that right. I don't know exactly in the Georgia context which ones exist or apply, but I would, but yeah, it's rarely used. Casey?
Yeah, so Ravi is absolutely right. Data privacy is a very thorny area of law policy that you can go down some deep rabbit holes really quick on. But because of what is out there, the companies do tend to offer you some options, but they aren't necessarily complete options. So if you go into your Google account, just to name one example, Google allows you to export in bulk a lot of the information that you've provided to them, whether if you're a Gmail user, right, you can download your emails. If you use their photos, you can download the photos. But what does not get downloaded in that package are all of the inferences that the platform has made about you based on your behavior and based on all the data that you have. So they're still drawing a line somewhere. So they may give you the ability to download your photos, but they aren't necessarily going to show you what they've concluded to be true about your behaviors online, what sort of products you might be willing to buy, what sort of vacations you search for. They're typically not going to share that with you.
Interesting that our credit report, of course, affects so many things, and we have companies that are credit driven. This is really, I won't say as important, but especially when we're dealing with children or we're dealing with other areas, we should have a right to know what they're gathering on us to some degree, and that might be a way to, I won't say balance the platform or balance the table, is that requiring information that you have on me. I want to know what you know about me or what you've gathered on me and whether it's true or not. I can give an example. My father was dead and I was applying for life insurance, and they asked for medical records, and they sent my father's medical records to the insurance company. And I said, I don't have this. I'm not taking this. And I'm just saying you have a right to your medical records. And when we pulled it, we found out that they had made a mistake. So I just think that's something I was curious about, is being able to access what do they know about me and what do they have informationally. Thank you.
Yes, sir. This is a long-standing problem that transcends just the issues that this committee is focused on. So many of you may have heard the story from 10 or 15 years ago about Target, where Target sent a mailer to a father of a 13-year-old girl or something like that with a bunch of maternity product advertisements. And the father went to Target and was like, "Wait, what are you doing sending like diaper ads to my 13-year-old daughter? She's 13." And turned out the daughter was actually pregnant, and Target knew before she did or her father did because of like she had bought some certain kind of lotion and certain other things in combination that would suggest that she was pregnant. Social media, AI wasn't involved in that, but this is a longstanding problem. It also is an issue with car companies and the digital products in your car, sending information to your car insurance company. So this sort of data privacy is a much larger issue than this, although it certainly is an issue for this.
Great. Any other questions, or I can keep moving? I guess I'll keep moving. So, I mean, the other way you can address incentives is through taxation. I think there's a clear case where, and so this is actually a law that was not passed. So just to be clear, this is one that was considered not passed, but several jurisdictions have considered this. If companies are hurting youth mental health, taxing the externality, we tax other products, like alcohol, tobacco, with a goal of like funding some of the externalities that are caused by these products. The externality in this case is often the cost to youth mental health. And so at least, Washington's considered taxing these companies and then funding youth mental health services as a result.
Senator
Did you're talking about data privacy? Do we have how do we understand fully what's being done with this data? And I think there's one thing to talk about the impact it has on an individual, but if a kid is, something's being monetized here, obviously. And is it broadly understood by you all and other watchdogs of exactly what, quote, big tech, unquote, is doing with this data? Are there, for example, are they selling the fact that a 16-year-old girl goes in and buys a pregnancy test at CVS pharmacy? Can they sell that?
So companies, in my experience, are not making super conscious choices with data. What they're doing is they're trying to make money. And the biggest thing they try to do with your data is to keep you on the platform longer, right? So gambling companies are increasingly using data to send people the right offer, the right bet at the right time to get them to use it, to get them to make a bet. Social media companies are trying to give you the right ad, or the right ad at the right time to sell to an advertiser, or the right video to get you to use the platform longer. So the number one thing that companies are trying to do with the data is that.
Okay, so the answer is they're holding you on the app so they can send you you can be captive audience so they can send you advertisements. That's thing one. Is there hey, we found out things about Senator Harrell and we're going to sell that? Is the selling of the information they collect a thing, or is the information they collect really only a engagement, keep you on the app thing? They sell information about the behaviors of a person in Georgia or a person in California. Is that monetized for itself, or is it only a means to understand how to target you?
So many companies do sell that data. So there are data broker marketplaces where I can buy, people by age, people by affinities, people who like certain TV shows. We all have cookies on our systems. We also have IP addresses. We have all sorts of data that's tracked whether you have an account or not. And yes, whether it's probabilistic based on IP addresses or cookies, or whether it's more account based, people do sell your data. Now, every company doesn't do that, so I wouldn't say that there's degrees to which companies do that. But yeah, there is that as well. I'd say it's a secondary benefit to companies. It is not as lucrative as the attention part of it, but it is something. It's certainly part of the business model as well.
And I'll add to that, each of these companies has a slightly different profit model with this. I do believe that it's rare for the largest platforms to be directly transactional with, like, we saw user X in Georgia, searching for pregnancy tests online. So we're going to sell that to Gerber baby foods, right? Like that's not really what tends to happen. But what is incredibly valuable to advertisers is what you're likely to do. Like, you have the attributes of, a male from Georgia who, maybe you like the Georgia Bulldogs, maybe it's another team, like, and you have all these attributes, and based on those attributes, they can suggest that, someone with this profile is likely to behave in this certain way. They're likely to shop for this kind of product. They're likely to shop for this kind of vacation. Like, that sort of predictive behavior of what you're gonna do is very valuable, and your data informs that predictive analysis.
Maybe a metaphor would be increased number of subscribers makes what you can charge for advertising more. Like, if you have few subscribers, you're not going to get that many people interested in advertising through your product. But if you have lots and lots of subscribers, and the lots and lots of subscribers end up being like engagement hours. Is that a fair metaphor?
I mean,
That
certainly
wasn't super
lots.
clear. Okay.
Yeah, lots of engagement hours is. I mean, these platforms are.
It's
certainly
like
have
lots of subscribers.
They certainly have economies of scale, and so they are oftentimes the platforms that have the most scale don't sell their data, in part because they don't need to, right? They make so much money on their own, and they're better off being a walled garden. And that's oftentimes the smaller players that sell their data because they need to aggregate to get that economy of scale and to be able to
Okay.
sell it at the volume they need to.
Okay.
Yeah. And like in traditional magazines, you would pay to just have your ad placed, right? It's either a full page ad in the magazine or just, like a narrow column. And, depending on how broad the reach of that magazine is, or often how targeted it is too. Like, if you're selling sporting goods, like, you want to advertise in Sports Illustrated, right? That sort of thing. Like that, I think it's much more targeted now. But the pricing is not so much in placement as it used to be in the magazine and newspaper days, but rather on impressions and eyeballs and how many clicks and impressions a particular ad gets. And so that's where time spent on the device becomes that much more important, because the more time you're on it, the more likely you are to provide with those impressions that the company is getting paid on that basis of how many, times someone sees that ad who's a premium target.
Great. So if there aren't any immediate questions, I can just, we had one other idea I just wanted to present. And this is really more of an idea like from a public health perspective, which is just, how do we monitor these things? How do we know if we make progress? And so, I mentioned Meta's Beef survey, which was an internal survey that asked users, in the last 7 days, have you seen unwanted sexually explicit content? In the last 7 days, have you been a victim of bullying and harassment? Have you seen graphic content, et cetera? That is one snapshot in time for one platform. And, it's great that we have these numbers for Instagram, but we should know these numbers for TikTok. We should know these numbers for Snapchat. We should be able to compare these numbers to hold some platforms accountable over other platforms for the design choices that differ and that are leading to these kinds of experiences. And we should know it for every jurisdiction, right? We should know this for Georgia teens, as well as knowing it for UK teens, as well as knowing it for California teens. And so, you don't have to be at a platform to do this, to understand these kinds of questions. You can do surveys of users in the world. Thorn does this. This is their 2024 youth monitoring report, where they, you can see on the right set of columns, you can see minors who've had an online sexual interaction, right? So, have I sent a nude picture? Have I received a nude picture? Have I had some kind of online sexual activity, which often is, risky. Youth often lose control over images sent in this way. And you can see that some platforms, Snapchat, Instagram, you see like noticeably higher amounts of these kinds of online sexual interactions than other platforms. And so these are the kinds of things that can be monitored, just to show that this is something that doesn't have to be just done at a platform. It can be done externally through surveys. Every jurisdiction has public health surveys. monitoring smoking rates, monitoring teen pregnancy rates. We would argue that in the digital world, it's really important to start measuring these online experiences if you want to understand risk to youth and what percentage of our youth are at risk online, which is increasingly where risks are. We need to start measuring and monitoring this, and it is something that your public health agency probably has some experience already doing. We do this some at USC, and we don't just measure the negatives, we also measure the positives. So this is for adults, and we also, so you don't just have to measure the negative side. You can also measure like where are kids learning new things, where are they having meaningful connections. So you can sort of balance the positives and the negatives. But there's across services, you can compare services on both the positive and negative dimensions and hold specific services accountable and sort of understand the effectiveness of your regulation as a result. And I'll just close by just saying that like this is something that's important to do not just for social media, but for all these new technologies, right? So AI chatbots, how many kids are using them? How many kids are developing attachments to these AI chatbots? How many kids are gambling online, and how many kids are playing video games online? And again, I play video games online. I have a fantasy football league. I'm not saying these things are necessarily inherently bad, but all of these things are things where there are companies using AI technologies to get us to use them more, and oftentimes more than we want to, right? So like I play in a fantasy football league. I don't necessarily want to be getting like the most enticing, that's good for me, right? Like, I don't need to gamble any more than that. And I don't need to be getting like more and more offers. And especially I don't want my kids to be getting more and more offers to like ways that they can sort of make money online. It's great. I enjoy a video game every now and then. I don't need to be using a game that tries to get me to use it longer and longer and longer so that I can buy more things within the app, right? And increasingly video games are moving from this, I bought it and I just play it, to a how long can I get you to spend on the app, and then how much can I get you to spend within that time period, right? So all these things are things we want to be monitoring these experiences, not because they're terrible or they're inherently bad, but because there are companies out there that are trying to get us to use them more and more than we necessarily want to, and for their benefit, not necessarily ours, and we need to be monitoring them as time goes by. So the last thing I just want to say is just you'll often get people saying that like we don't want to be regulating these companies because we don't want to be suppressing innovation. And I'm just going to argue that all technological progress is not innovation. This is actually a really old quote. Just about how like back in machine learning days, most of the people doing machine learning, the best minds of my generation are thinking about how to make people click ads. And I just don't think it's innovation trying to get kids to use these products longer, right? Like that's not the innovation we want. We want people, helping people learn new things, helping people learn new languages, helping people, learn to code, whatever it is, right? We want people helping people do the things they want to do, not things that are useful for companies. And increasingly, measurably, we're seeing kids say that, they're feeling manipulated. They're doing things that they don't want to be doing online. They're having experiences they don't want online, and we can help them with that. So yeah, that was the last thing I wanted to end with. Happy to take questions about anything. You have copies of the bill summaries. You have my email address, and I'm sure you have our contact info more broadly. But yeah, happy to answer any other questions, and thank you for your time.
Thank you, Ravi and Casey. Like I said, we have some of the bill summaries. Mary's working on the rest, so she'll be getting those out. I know in our last budget, there was a chunk of money allocated to our Division of Public Health to study this subject. We will make contact with them, find out what they're planning on doing, and if we could build some evaluation into the bill that we write, they could work on implementing some sort of evaluation process for measuring our progress. So thanks for that reminder. We'll take any more questions. I have a feeling we're a little bit saturated with information. We have 3 weeks to kind of sort through it before we meet again and add AI on top of this. I mean, the next meeting is going to be similar to what we've done before. We're going to go through the harms. We're going to go through how AI is being used in things like chatbots, kind of like we looked at algorithms, and then we're going to look at potential legislation in that area as well. Just kind of add that on as another layer. But I know we've taken in a lot, and you've given us a lot. So we really appreciate your involvement and your time. We could not do this without you. Isn't that true? Yeah. So do any of the members have any final questions?
Thanks, guys.
Yep, they're tired.
Totally makes sense. Well, we're here, and just thank you for your attention, and thank you for doing what you do for kids. I mean, it's a collective effort, right? What you and we all across jurisdictions have an interest in these companies doing better for all of our kids. So we appreciate your efforts on behalf of all of us. And if we can be helpful, just let us know.
Thank you so much.
Thanks, Sean.
Concludes our meeting. Our next meeting is October 8th, same place. It's even on a Wednesday at 10. And be prepared for an intense meeting because what's happening with AI is a little overwhelming. But we'll have a 3-week break, and legislators will sort through all this information and be thinking about what you'd like to see in terms of legislation. Thank you.
Awesome. Thank you.